The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I was like, wait, where's the intro? What did I miss? So I was able to buy the fruit punch flavor from Monster. Pretty nice. But they put me on the sugar high for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm coming for mine, yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line, yeah, I've been on the grind, yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time, yeah, look in the sky, yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine, can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion, we put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride, I'll just break your line, I don't tolerate wasted time, you take us down, keep fighting.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Husky. We're bringing to you guys Brawl Stars Split number 2 Open Finals. So this is going to be an exciting day, isn't it, Husky?
It is. The last one was a month ago, and here we are for another open final. So there will be some returning teams and players who didn't qualify. I think that's a given, knowing that how the first one went. But I am genuinely very, very ecstatic to see how today's going to pan out. I'm expecting more great games and just more great series.
Yeah, we're going to be having a lot of returning champions. We also got new blood coming into this competition. 8 teams are going to be vying for a chance to get through for the Asia Pacific region here. So there's going to be a lot to talk about later on here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But for now, though, this is going to be a interesting look on like how exactly these teams have progressed up to getting to this point here. And nevertheless, though, for the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's always a pleasure to come back here once again and just to see how exactly all these Brawl Star teams will be progressing through. So let's go ahead and have a look right now at the formats.
And for those who aren't really sure how the format works, here's a brief explanation. So we have the open finals, and there will be 2 splits, and each split will have an open finals. We are at split 2 right now, and afterwards, the top 4 teams is going to qualify from the open finals into the challenge bracket, where we will play 2 groups of GSL bracket in the best of 5 series, and then the top 4 will qualify to the challenge finals and play in a double elimination BO5, and afterwards, 2 teams will from there will qualify to the Masters, and we have 4 regions for Masters as well. And just to give you guys the context, teams qualify for Masters through their points earned in both Challenge Season 1 and 2. So the more these teams play, the higher the chances of them qualifying to the very end.
Yeah, it's very much the points that they earn during these split cups that really count towards the Masters, whereas the challenge stage as well as the challenge finals itself provides them a prize really to play for the specific region. So in any case, well, as we have a look at what exactly these teams are playing for, you realize that there is a lot really at stake for some of these teams here. So nevertheless, for the prize pool, the top 4 for this will be going through towards the challenge stage, will be each earning 600 USD. 5th and 6th place will only bring back home 250 USD each, and 7th to 8th place will only get you 200 USD. So, of course, only the top 4 will be getting to the challenge finals, so it's really the top 4 places that all these teams are vying for.
Yeah, it's the most important spot to get. Not only it gives you the highest points, it also allows you to compete for more prize pool heading into the challenge stage. At the end of the day, it's a very interesting format. It rewards consistency, and it also rewards you more if you're actually better than the rest of the pack. But for today, we gotta take a look at the brackets and see how the teams are arranged in their respective spot. Starting off, we have WWW against Gambler. After that, Teamwood against Brighton, Xanax against Raid Esports, and both Rising Sun Esports East Asia and Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia will be taking each other on in our 4th bracket.
So for those of you guys who aren't too familiar, WWW is actually comprised of formerly the Zeta Division 1 team. Gambler is a bit of a newer squad in this list here. Team Wood comprises of mainly 2 members who used to be part of the PSG LGD team who won the World Cup back in 2020, and I'm referring to specifically to CZK as well as Wiggly Spoo. Wiggly right now he is running as a coach of Team Wood here, whereas Response is playing in the team itself. And when we talk about Rising Sun Sports Southeast Asia, this is a very exciting development here because Rising Sun Esports has decided to pick up a squad in Southeast Asia itself, and given that they are going to be running as well alongside the East Asian Southeast Rising Sun Esports team, it's going to be interesting to see how which between the 2 of these teams are actually going to be the stronger ones.
Yeah, and I think the best part is that, you know, we see Rising Sun Esports basically having a bit more of a show time in our Open Finals. Back then, I think last year, Rising Sun Esports also comprised of some very veteran players. Some of them have moved on to a different squad. So at the end of the day, I think this gives a lot more diversity. It gives us a better insight into how the scene in general has developed. And we have a lot of series lined up today for all of you guys out there, you Brawl Star fanatics. Starting off with the upper bracket quarterfinals, we would have we'll have WWW against Gambler. And just for those who aren't sure how this works, all of the upper brackets will be running concurrently. So this is the one that we will be keeping our eyes out on broadcast. Triple W against Gambler.
Yeah, so again, all the quarterfinal matches will be running at the same time. We're only specifically going to be watching the WW versus Gambler, but the other 3 matches are still going to be running concurrently. So that's pretty much going to be the only way we'll be able to get through all of these matches going to the grand finals for today's Split number 2 Open Finals. So let's go ahead and have a look right now at what exactly we're going to be expecting coming to this competition here. I mean, right off the bat, WWW going to be one team to keep an eye on, isn't it, in this competition?
100%. They have been at the echelon of Brawl Stars, and I do still think that they are there. And if people are wondering, well, if they are that good, why are they in the second Open Finals? Well, that's because in the first Open Finals, you also had ex-Zeta Division players. You also had former world champions competing. Competition is a bit stiff. It's kind of fair to assume that it will be a smoother run for some of these teams in the second Open Finals, but at the end of the day, I want to see some very close series. And if you guys haven't done so yet, we do have a Discord server, and all you got to do is to join it with the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We talk about everything in there, mobile games primarily. Brawl Star is just one event, and if you are interested in other mobile titles, we also have discussion in that channel as well.
Yeah, and all of this will not have been possible, and specifically the Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't be possible without the success, or rather the support of our sponsors. Starting off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Their tagline is "For when winning matters," and they've been powering all of our winners' phones here with their Snapdragon chipsets, and we especially thank them for being such an important partner for this competition as well. Then, of course, Samsung Galaxy showing off their latest Z Fold phone, and you want to go ahead and check them out as well, because Samsung Galaxy is now joining us in this journey in Season 2 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we thank them a lot for their support.
Yeah, and right now, you know, if you're not keen on the Z Fold, they have the latest one, the S23 Ultra. That is also one of the best products. I've seen my peers review it as well. They take awesome photos, even in low lighting situations. So there's a lot to be desired. So Samsung Galaxy, thank you very much. They joined us late last year, and they've been with us ever since. You know, Snapdragon Pro Series has run 2 seasons for a lot of game titles, and we even introduced a newer one earlier this year. The Samsung Galaxy is now part of that family. Very, very exciting year ahead.
Indeed it is, and hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of these as the Snapdragon series continues on. Maybe Season 3 even, we'll be seeing even more faces come in for this. But nevertheless, let's back onto the topic here of Brawl Stars. I mean, again, WWW definitely going to be one to watch out for. I mean, the lineup of Aaron, Mameshi, Dempsey, and Ryo has proven time and time again to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in Japan. But then with the rise of, like, or rather the re-rise, I should say, of CZK, thanks to Rising Sun SEA, is he going to be coming back to try to take the crown again for the world, for the Brawl Stars, for Brawl Stars in Southeast Asia. Because remember, he was the world champion back in 2020.
Yeah, and ever since then, he's been vying for the second, the repeat so far. Not much success yet, thanks to the Japanese powerhouses. But we're gonna take a look at the WWW roster coming into our first upper bracket series. And you know, Victor already said it just now. It's Mameshi, Ryohei, Reskuku, and Demzi. But at the end of the day, we recognize these names, right? And you know, funny enough, I actually don't see Aaron will confirm that. But either way, you know, Mameshi, Ryohei, and Demzi have been staple names in the Brawl Stars community, and every time they show up, whether it's a win or a lose, they always give us one of the best Brawl Stars games that we ever have. And this is in and of itself has already given WWW kind of an edge when it comes to this first series.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always crazy to see these Japanese teams whenever they play Brawl Stars. Because I mean, for one, these players are all very dedicated to the craft of playing Brawl Stars, so they certainly are always constantly surprise us with not only the prowess mechanically, but even just the strategies they bring to the table. And that's kind of like been the reason, you know, why ever since we started doing Brawl Stars in SPS, Japan has literally been the most dominant region in here. And this team here represents a part of the reason for the dominance. They've been together as a team for years now. They know each other's like plays out in and out, and against even some of the best teams from other regions, they constantly just dominate regardless of the situation.
Yeah. Well, luckily for WWW, they will get an opponent on equal level, at least from the same region. Let's take a look at their enemies, which will be Gambler. Now, this is a roster that we can consider pretty new coming into the SPS series. We at least most of the names we haven't seen them. If not any, in any of these tournaments, but glad to see some new faces, Mordene, Kiki, Dudus, and Ace. All four of them is going to have a tough road ahead, because if you're fighting a team like WWW in the first bracket, even when there's a lower bracket gauntlet, you got to give it your all, because let me just say, lower bracket gauntlet is also not really forgiving.
Yeah, for them at least, you know, if this is going to be the first time they're facing off against WWW here, then certainly they will be relishing the experience they'll be getting from this match alone. Even if they do drop to the local brackets, I mean, that's why we have the double elimination brackets really, so still give them another chance at a running, even when they face off against an opponent as strong as WWW. But nevertheless, for these new faces here to the Snapdragon Pro Series, we welcome them with open hands, and let's see, let them show us what they've got.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, you know, Japan as a region, as niche as the game is, as niche as the player base is. We are seeing more and more faces show up in Season 2, right? Season 1, we watched Zeta Division basically not only dominate the entire Snapdragon Pro Series, but also have one of their teams go and win the entire World Championship. It's only sad that they had two teams and only one can win, but at the end of the day, now with more new faces, there's a lot of expectations, and it's a good sign as well that Brawl Stars is still pretty much thriving in Japan.
I mean, again, the players are still been like mainstays of the Brawl Stars scene. I mean, if you've seen their Twitter and whatnot, they're still like ever so in high spirits and all. And you know, this the fact that now, you know, Zeta Division has released both of their rosters.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and WWW is currently orgless. They're looking to solidify, you know, their position in the scene as one of the most dominant teams by continuing to win tournaments like SPS, continue to participate in the monthly cups for Brawl Stars Worlds. So even if they're orgless right now, you know, you really don't see that in the way they've been carrying themselves, really, because they still know where the skill level is, and they still know they have the capability to stay on top.
It takes a lot of dedication, honesty, to really continue going when you kind of lost a big part of that backbone. When we look at the picks and bans, it's very, very interesting when we have a matchup of super experienced veterans and new bloods, because the way they approach these bans are also very, very different, right? You look at WWW, it's the Mortis, it's the Jean, it's the Bell, and that B first pick. But on Gambler's side is no Mandy, no Tick, no Brock. So you kind of see that different idea of how they want to approach the first round, which is knockout as well. So no better way to set the stage.
So that's a really interesting thing about like WWE's bans, are that they really went for those high utility type of brawlers here. I mean, Bell, of course, is, I mean, the map is her namesake, and she usually is very strong on this map. But even Jean and Mortis as well, in the right hands, these can be very, very difficult brawlers to deal with, especially in the knockout situation. And it seems like WW is just targeting these like high skill brawlers here just to make sure that Gambler is just going to be forced to run with whatever B team they have in mind. And Mandy, of course, is one of the newer brawlers in this competition, so perhaps Gambler doesn't want to, just basically wants to get that out of the pool right away. The Tick and the Brock are naturally just brawlers are naturally strong at knockouts simply because Tick with his super is going to be able to get guaranteed kills, and Brock's range rivals that of the Bell and even the Piper sometimes. So yeah, just getting those out of the pool there means that now they're just going to have to run with what they can find here. And WWW has brought in the Sprout, the Piper, as well as the Bee.
Yeah, and that's also pretty nice when you look at the bans, right? You don't really have anyone that directly rivals the Piper at this point of time, thanks to the Bell and the Brock. And to a certain extent, even with the Mortis being taken out, right? It's not a ban you see very often when it comes to knockout. But Gambler, they have a way to circumvent that. They bring in the utility of Max. When I see Bonnie, I think the first player that it reminds me of, if memory serves, I think is Sida Tampo, because this guy plays a very mean Bonnie. And I'm just wondering if this is kind of a direct response to what WWW has. And sure, you have the Bee and the Piper, but the one thing that they don't really are not really fond of is these close quarter combats. And Bonnie has a way to kind of just dive bomb onto you, and when you add that Max on top of it, it does give Gambler certain agency to really access that back, to really push into WWW.
Yeah, and the thing is that Bell's Rock itself has lots of these long corridors, right, like where the Piper can be extremely effective in. So it's going to be really up to Max here, who is in this mid lane right now, to keep this Sprout suppressed, because the Sprout, at least taking this middle position, means that he will be able to provide support on all three lanes here, and that could become a bit of a problem if Max is not able to overcome him. And look at that, it's already doing so much damage onto the Max player on Gambler.
Yeah, and this is just a very good way to start off the first map, because you're seeing all these mech checks coming out, right? And for Gambler, sure, you have ways to get on top of WWW, but you gotta always remember that knockout, that miss is gonna start closing in, and Sprout kind of splitting that mid section apart. Dempsey and Mameshi, they're both holding themselves very well as well. So if you can't win these aim fights, there's very little chance for you to really put that draft into good use, and you can kind of see the Sprout really just pushing out, and with the miss closing in, that's already 2 kills going over to WWW, and Gambler just losing out the first round.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was just a very slow but gradual sort of push, but you can see that it was really coming off of the back of Sprout's super there. As he moves up with his super, that's how he was able to get himself in the position to keep just lobbing his projectiles towards both the Mandy and the Gus. Though, like, Gus's range seems to be a little bit on par with the Piper, but it doesn't seem to be able to keep the Piper suppressed, though, and that's becoming a bit of an issue on the Gambler side.
And the biggest problem that I think Gambler needs to kind of find a solution to right now is that mid side. Your Max is very suppressed by the Sprout, which kind of is a matchup issue to a certain extent, but at the same time, this Max has to be the one to really take that first step, you know, and you need Bonnie to also follow up with you. You kind of do it in tandem, but if you are split up like this, it becomes really hard. The attempt was nice, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. You know, Dempsey has health, they have the support from the side. Doodles also goes down. That is the first match over to WWW.
It was a good attempt from Gambler's side, but again, the big problem is that they forgo the advantage that having a thrower would have on their end by just going with brawlers that only shoots projectiles. And Sprout naturally being able... being in that mid lane is literally the best place could be, because there's no thrower on the Gambler side could really bring any significant amount of pressure to this Sprout player here. So this is going to prove to be a really tough one here for Gambler if this keeps up.
Honestly, I think when we look at that Gus or the Bonnie, I wouldn't mind having someone like a Barley, right? You have at least a certain amount of zone control, and that's what they were worried about. Oh, the Sprout. What a super. Doodles getting taken out by the Ricochet. But at least Gambler, they do play on an even field right now. A good shot from Mordene to really take out that Piper. Now this Sprout, less of a threat than he was when his team was around. They can just play this slow.
Yeah, so but the problem is now he is completely alone. Both his teammates have been taken out, so it's pretty much the solo Sprout show at the moment. He's done well so far, used a super to kind of keep things split up, but now the Bonnie has him tenderized now, and the Gus just walked straight out with him. Not much of Sprout could do, so they concede that round.
Yeah, just very, very straightforward, and again, really starts with the Max being able to find some agency. If you can get that 1-for-1 trade, I think it favors Gambler a bit more, because at the end of the day, you want to get right in the face of WWW. And the only reason they can keep Gambler at an arm's length is because we're fighting a very even fight. You have two long-range marksmen who are constantly just winning those aim fights, but Dudu's now taking a lot more initiative, and this is a good sign, but now he's going to get blocked up, completely isolated. Wow play from WWW.
Yeah, but he should have known, because this is like the second time he's been caught out by that Sprout Super, right? But then this time around, he doesn't have the benefit of like the Gus being able to take out the Piper. In fact, now Kikix is really in a spot of trouble. They're getting surrounded, and the Bonnie is down and out, leaving only the Gus left. And I was just noticing like Gus's range is just not great, even compared to the B here. So either way, the Gus has been quite a questionable pick here for Gambler's side, as evident with this Poison Cloud coming in. There's nowhere for him to hide, and Mameshi finishes him off pretty much with a simple shot.
Once more for Gambler, you have to have Max +1, and in this case, I think the Bonnie is the best candidate to really rush in. You can see that the idea was correct. Dudu ran straight in, gets blocked off, and then he realized that, oh, my Bonnie was zoned out by Mameshi, I believe. Dudu's gonna do it again. This time, the Sprout has no super. It does give Gambler a lot more room to work with, and that is the 1-for-1 trade we've been looking for.
Yeah, that's the one. Right now, still going to be 2-for-2. Gus is moving up ahead together with the Max now, putting the pressure onto the Piper, forcing them in the corner now. This could be a good opportunity, and Dudu makes the most of it, taking them both out at the same time.
That is what we've been looking for, and Gambler has figured a bit of that out. Again, 1-for-1 trade. Your composition has someone that can literally, kind of go kamikaze on Triple W. Just get one of those long-range marksmen out of the way. And in this case, I think the target selection is also great from Gambler. They focus a lot on Dempsey instead of Mameshi. Mameshi's super allows him to get away anyway, so if you can take down that B, it really does cuts out a lot of that side lane pressure from WWW.
But again, the Gus is still going to be struggling with the lack of range he has compared to the Piper this time around. And still not able to land any good shots. But look at the way that the Sprout has already moved all the way up. This is providing so much pressure now to the Max. And conversely, providing pressure to both of the wings here, as both Dempsey and Mameshi are able to move up at the same time. Now the Sprout, just barely able to keep the Max just away there in time. But then now they have a base of fire they can use now against the Bonnie here, putting a lot of pressure on his side. Now Max's Dudu is going to move up close to try to put pressure on the Sprout. But now he's facing a lot of trouble. 30 health, one more throw, and the Max is down.
And then with that, the Sprout gets his super back. This round most likely in the bag for WWW. Unfortunately for Gambler, you can't really function without any super, and there's a lot of setup to kind of be effective and really win these rounds. So you have to give the dub to, in the first round, at least to your opponents, but gotta get that reverse sweep going. This is the first set on the line.
Exactly. I mean, one more to win it here for WWW, and Gambler knows they're up against the ropes here. Now they're going to be switching strats a little bit. The Bonnie is taking the middle while Max is trying to keep the pressure onto Dempsey here. But it looks like it might be a two-pronged thing they're trying to do here. But look at Sprout Super just pushing Gambler's Kiki all the way to the side, and unfortunately into the line of fire. Dempsey. Fortunately, he's able to jump out of the cannon in time, but then that's going to severely reduce the amount of DPS can do. Now Max is going to jump in front of Dempsey, but the shield keeps the B alive long enough. While now Gus moves in only to get crushed out, and Bonnie without a cannon is not really much of a threat here for WWW.
And WWW wins the first set. I do like what Gambler did, right? They put up a decent fight, but at the end of the day, there are just a bit too many conditions that they need to fulfill. You have to have both Max and Bonnie with both their supers available, both being able to kind of use that super to get a trade, and without the Sprout having his super online. So a lot of elements that Gambler has to watch out for, and it is just very tough to be consistent in achieving that.
And it's not even close when you look at attack damage, and this is like it's a two-pronged thing, two-pronged problem here that Gambler had. One, they don't have a throwable to a thrower actually to give that pressure from mid lane, and two, they really don't have brawlers with the range necessary to combat both the Bee as well as a Piper. So they were just literally fighting a losing battle on all fronts there. It's only if they were proactive enough, like in the rounds they were able to win, where they were able to snowball effectively. But outside of that, it was a very tough kind of defense to do against basically brawlers who were just outclassing them in every other way.
Yeah, I was definitely kind of considering the barley at one point, and even if you look at the supers used, right, 22 to 10, a big chunk of that from the Sprout, no doubt. That really says a lot of how much this Sprout was able to control that midsection. Right? It felt like it was not even close. Every time you see the Sprout just walk up, get control of the midsection, when he has the super, he either uses it to stop Dudus, and primarily to stop Dudus from walking up forward, or to zone in up if they decide to go for those rush.
Yeah, so again, like, even though Sprout isn't really like the main attacker, like, I would still say it was mostly Mameshi and Dempsey who are offering most of the aggression, really, but just the support that the thrower is able to do from the middle of the map is so important to WWE's strategy there that really Gambler had no answer. Now we're going to be going to a Brawl Ball round, this time on Pinhole Punt, and already Gambler is bringing out the big wheels.
Yeah, okay, I mean, this is one way to do so. I mean, we're seeing that Stu getting picked up is very, very common. I think when we did the first Open Finals, we had very interesting pinhole punt compositions. I wonder if we would still see the more traditional, like M's, you kind of have that zone control a bit more. I don't think we'll see that in pinhole punt though. The max getting taken by WWW.
I mean, the main thing is that Pinhole Punt has very small walls, so they don't really have the corridors like in other maps where M's would usually be very, very powerful in. But I'm also surprised to see that Penny has been a major ban here for both of these sites, and I guess it shouldn't be that surprising, really, given that there's plenty of spots there that Penny could use her cannon in, and definitely will be able to provide lots of support, especially around the middle, which is quite wide open, actually, when you consider the fact that outside of the blades of grass is really not much to do. So WW, conversely, they are going to be picking up they're going to be picking up Ruffs in this matchup here to go along with the Max. So is that going to be enough, though, if Gambler decides to go for a good speed combination here?
Okay,
so they go with a Spike with Stu.
I guess that's one way to do it. Normally, when you see the Colonel Ruffs in other modes, the Bell would be one of those direct response because you get rid of the sandbags very quickly. But in Brawl Ball, Bell isn't really the one that you're looking for if you're a Gambler. Someone needs to kind of be able to follow up with the Stu. Normally, you leave Stu on an island, and in this case, I think Gambler are comfortable doing it with the Spike as a support. But I kind of feel like you need a secondary member to do so. Well,
there we go.
Yeah, Jean does it pretty well.
Oh, this could be a very, I mean, it's going to be super aggressive from a Gambler's side, because if Stu puts out his speed zone and buffs up the speed of both the Spike as well as Jean, Jean will be able to just, grab anyone from WW's side once he gets super up, right? So if he does put them one man down, the Spike can kind of break through the defenses quite easily, because Spike is a very tanky sort of brawler as well. But I think what WW is going to try to do in response is using the Squeak, really, to try to prevent Gambler from being able to group up effectively. And Squeak will be very, very good at doing that, actually, given the wide spread of his main attack.
And I now am wondering how is Gambler going to play this, particularly the Spike. The biggest question is, will he take the curve attack? I think that would be important as well. I feel like when it comes to this map, it's not that crucial since you have a lot of open space to work with. It really is about this mid control, and if WWW can really split Gambler apart, you see that early sandbag being thrown out, but they just cannot get close to the ball, and then we see that, so no curve Spike. I love this decision, honestly. As weird as it sounds, it actually covers more space.
Yeah, but then the other utility of the Rubs will have is basically his super being able to get good power-ups on the ground, and they will basically be using that, to buff their own power. But in the meantime, WW already moving the ball up. They're already keeping Gambler quite contained though until Dempsey gets picked off by Stu, and now it's going to be the turnaround from Gambler's side, trying to get the targeting onto Rubs there, and yes, that's a good shot there from Kiki to take him down. Now Dempsey comes back out from spawn, will be able to keep the ball cleared away to the corner, but Kiki uses this opportunity to clear him out from the map.
That is what you love from a Stu, being able to stand on an island and still survive. You don't necessarily look for those KOs, but as long as you can survive and constantly put on pressure, that's one less lane for Gambler to worry about. Now it's for the finisher, right? Because Stu has so much to do. Both Spike and Jean, unfortunately, aren't the fastest brawlers, so you can't just run up and score. So you need Stu to do that as well. So Kiki, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder, but so far they are winning those battles.
Yeah, but main thing is there's still the wall in front of him, and it broke it down. Almost were able to get the shot in, but Dempsey was able to clear it in time. Mamashi comes out, clears it even further up into the midfield here, but Modern is going to be able to go in front, take him out completely, and just open up a whole hole in their defenses right now. Rob is going to be able to take him down just in time before Mamashi comes back in.
Yeah, the respawn a bit staggered for Gambler, so they will need time to recompose themselves, and oh no! Modern he just came back, got taken out again. There is still some distance for WWW to cover, but Kiki will need a bit of support right now. They are losing that left lane, and Kiki can't really walk out forward because WWW have found a way to contain him. So Kiki, you gotta get some work done. No supers on the side of Gambler except for the Stu, but losing Dudas means that you don't have the Jean to work with, and WWW, they can just walk up with the ball and get that score.
Somebody should give Mameshi an MVP award. He stuck 2 brawlers in a row just now and was constantly keeping Kiki Modern completely zoned down in his side there. So very well done his end. Now they're going to try to target him a lot more now. Mameshi is able to push the ball out just in time while things are down. And the timer though has run out. So WWW will win by default.
Yeah, just very, very clutch win towards the very end. Gambler, Hail Mary attempt, not good enough. As good, or should I say as creative as this composition is, there are very obvious weakness that can be exploited, right? Stu has so much responsibility that he needs to kind of carry out in these 2.5 minutes that if Gambler loses any of their members, it makes his job infinitely harder. Like, he has to be the main damage dealer, he has to control one side of the map, and he has to be the one that runs up, break these structures, and get the ball in.
Yeah, but the thing that Gambler's also realizing is that they need to keep Mameshi suppressed as much as possible, because if he's on their half of the court, he can be super, super effective on that squeak there, just constantly zoning them out and also keeping them pressure by getting his attacks stuck on. Super is going to come out. Kiki is going to try to keep the pressure going while Robs is already bringing the ball all the way up to the left-hand corner. Mozart is able to take him out quickly enough, though, clearing out his sandbags in the process, and now brings the ball back to mid-court. So Mameshi now moving up the right-hand side. Dempsey giving the pressure onto Kiki, putting him down to the core of his health there. Mameshi almost bringing a follow-up, but not getting it through until just then, just keeping him closer to the penalty zone on his side of the goal.
There's only so much walls that you can break as Gambler, and that can pose a problem. And Squeak doesn't really care if there's a wall or not. He does the same with his attacks. And as Gambler, you really want to make sure that that ball is never on your side of the court, because this really allows WWW to keep putting on that pressure. You don't even want to be in a neutral state. That's kind of like the biggest no-no for Gambler. And you can see that Kiki is starting to really suffer from that squeak.
Yeah, it's not able to put down any speed zones or just really make any breakouts. Anytime you try to move up, Mameshi is able to target him and keep him suppressed very well. Now Dudu is going to try to make a break for the ball, but gets it stuck. Look at that, 2 stucks on there, both on Dudu as well as Kiki. And Mameshi now has to back off a little bit now with the Stu pushing him all further up to the front. Spike now trying his very best to keep control over the middle now. They're trying to bring the ball closer, but look at that, Kiki still facing so much trouble, trying to face off against Mameshi, now being forced to pull back a little bit. More dirt now, able to get a kill on the Dempsey, but at what cost? He will pay for it with his life. Now Kiki, last man standing here. Mameshi still has a lot of health. Look at the amount of the spam he's sitting out there, but Kiki still unabated, still able to hold his own.
Kiki literally saving the game, keeping Gambler alive in the second set right now, but we're going to overtime for sure, and Kiki still haven't found a way in, and he needs time to get the health back. And this is a big problem for Gambler to work with. Now with all these walls demolished, all it takes is just one good speed up, and Dempsey, he's already used that super. Moderne walking up, they need to let Kiki regenerate some health, but unfortunately they just cannot get the trade in, and with that ball side forward, Mameshi has enough time to score, and WWW gets the second one in a row.
Oof. Again, once that overtime went on there, I was kind of worried for Gambler because knowing how oppressive Mameshi could be in this side of the court there, it was going to be, if they weren't able to take him down or keep him pressured in the from the get-go in that overtime, I knew it was kind of going to be over there because WWW already had the setup or the combination required to make that the final push. So very well done here to WWW. 2 sets in a row now that this already gone to their hands. Only one more and they will be through to the semifinals.
And the one thing I really love to see is team getting the last pick and being able to really have that gotcha moment, right? And you know, in set number 2, WWW definitely demonstrated how powerful being on that second pick is. You don't reveal your full hand, and it's always the last pick that really threw Gambler off their game. And if you look at it in contrast, in set number 1, Gambler played knockout, but unfortunately that last pick isn't really as impactful as you would have expected from them. So WWW clearly flexing that veterancy in their players. Even when you look at the highlights, Gambler felt like there's signs of life, but it was very, very short.
Yeah, Mameshi was just pulling so much of his weight in this set itself. I mean, look at that. I mean, practically he was the one who passed the ball to Ruffs, but Ruffs fell, so he was one eventually to walk up and pick up the ball to make the goal anyway. So Mameshi really deserved an MVP award for just carrying that whole round for them. Yeah. Now, let's go on to the next map here, which is going to be Dueling Beetles. This is going to be a hot zone this time around. No words about what the pick and bans are, but judging from the last 2 rounds there, Gambler's going to have to be very, very deliberate with which brawlers decide to pick for this round here.
And honestly, I think this is a very, very big challenge for Gambler. Not only are you going up against a very experienced team consisting of world-class players in your first upper bracket series, but 2 out of the 3 sets that you're going to play in the first 3 sets, 2 out of 3 are mech checks, are basically how mechanically sound you are in getting those aims, in winning those aim battles. So Gambler so far, they have been really struggling to keep up, and both sets, honestly, their demise has been just a very, very efficient thrower player, right? Yeah. Yeah. Here are the bans. Very, similar, except for Sprout and Penny. We get the Jeanette and we get the Poco.
Yeah, I was expecting Gambler to be banning out Sprout, but I guess WWW kind of just beat them to the punch in that regard. And Bonnie, yeah, like given that there are some water points here, I might not be surprised to see that the Bonnie is.
You mean the Jeanette?
Oh, sorry, Jeanette. Sorry.
They do look the same.
They look the same. That's the thing. It's just a helmet.
You identify them with Bonnie has a chipped tooth. Well, she's missing the front tooth.
She's missing its tooth. Yeah.
Missing
I always go by like the helm that they're wearing.
Oh yeah.
Really, because it still all looks so similar, doesn't it? But nevertheless, WWW will be picking up the B, which served them well in their knockout round earlier, so no surprise that we'll try to bring it back for this one because Dueling Beetles does have those long corridors, which again will favor brawlers with longer range. Gambler in the meantime though will be picking another brawler themselves here. I'm wondering though, like, will they try to take advantage of good throwers this time around? Now, given that Sprout has been taken out of the pool, will they be using like a Barley, for example, or maybe even like a Bow, maybe?
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, honestly, from Gambler. It kind of feels like they want to play that long game. You don't normally see the Meg being considered. But it does pose a problem, right? Someone needs to play that long range. Or it's less of a problem and more of something that Gambler needs to take into consideration, because now you have kind of 2 really strong anchors. You have Ruffs and you have Meg. The question is, who is going to be that last pick? And they do have that last pick in their favor as well. It has to be a really high value brawler.
it has to be someone that can really, hold their own in the fight. I mean, granted, Meg does, but pretty much I think the strat here is just used to use the Meg to ensure they have a lot of longevity when they're on that hot zone, because Meg can basically burn her mech and still remain in play. Rub's more or less the same. It's just that Rub's definitely will be taking a huge advantage of the sandbags to make sure that there's at least some sort of defense point on the hot zone itself. But WWW are going for the greatest hits here, going for the squeak and going for the what's the name again, Lola. And man, I mean, essentially Gambler is going to have to face off not against 3 brawlers, but effectively 4. You have the Lola in the mix here.
And they actually have, an overwhelming amount of damage that really melts through Gambler, regardless of whether you have the sandbags or not, whether you have the buffs from the Colonel Rush Super. So now Gambler, again, the one thing that they can consider is someone. Okay, I was thinking
Carl,
of someone that maybe can play that long range, can really provide support for the front line. But I guess Gambler's approach to this is, you know what, we're just gonna all in this. We will commit to having someone that can play that mid range, but also be in your face if needed.
Yeah, so Carl's mostly going to be like that, swinging between that front line to back line sort of role there. But it's really going to be down to how good of a power-up the Rubs can get in this one here. And I think it's really Gambler living up to the name, isn't it? Just gambling on the power-ups that Rubs will be able to bring here in order to try to give them the edge. But now they're going to be faced off against a huge amount of damage potential coming off the WW side. So it's going to be a really tough fight. So let's see whether or not they can handle it.
Carl against Squeak definitely slightly more bearable, although Squeak can still get that priority just because of it's just an attack diff at this point, right? You just get more area of control with those normal attacks, and 22% already for WWW. Gambler still struggling to find space, and yeah, Dudus, he is gone.
Yeah.
It's so hard to kind of hide in the corner. Almost impossible when you have a Squeak that has an attack that covers the entire zone. And they just broke one side of it with that super, but that's already 50% of progress gone.
Yeah, again, without that wall in front there, it's really hard to set up defense on the hot zone, especially when you have the Lola already putting a lot of points down. They're already 66% up. Yeah, Modern is trying his very best to tank the front line, but unfortunately Meg will lose her mech. Does have a little bit of a shield there, but isn't going to be able to fully utilize that in order to try to counteract this because they know the threat coming from Meshi and Dempsey is still too great. Now the Meg's going to get taken down, so will her teammate as well. And with Dudu also taken down, there's really not much resistance here. That's an easy round here with WWW.
Yeah, cheeky thumbs down at the end. Probably the fastest hot zone round that we've witnessed so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's just 0 to 100 without a break in between. The Gambler are lacking speed, which again, right, I think that when you want the Carl, why not the Max? It was left out in the open. You want to get up close and personal, but you are a bit too slow in doing that. So Gambler now faced with an irreversible decision, and Doodles, he just cannot get anything done.
Yeah, so the moment Mamashi comes up onto the middle, the hot zone, it seems like it's not going to be much a Gambler could do to try to push him off in that regard. So now all of them just gathered up there. There's not much damage to be coming in from Gambler's side, and it's making it really hard now for them, especially with this staggered spawn here. Not only the mech's just come in, but she doesn't have a mech to benefit her at this point. And Dempsey's doing well keeping Dudu compressed. Kiki, just one more hit there from Mamashi, and that's pretty much the end of him.
Yeah, this is, Mech, well, just got taken down, unfortunately. Not even given a chance. Silver lining is Gambler at least were able to put some progress onto that hot zone, but I don't think they will have enough time to do it again. Doodles, he finally crossed that midway point for the first time, but not that it matters though. Not even get to put a single footprint on that hot zone, and while that was happening, Kiki was just stuck in a corner, and WWW in one of the most convincing fashion has just won this entire series 3-0.
Yep. It did seem like that was going to be the case, really, from the get-go. But then again, Gambler, they just really put all the chips on the table and were like, yeah, I mean, we lost the last 2 rounds. We just really got to try our best for this final series here. But unfortunately, it was still going to be for naught. WWW will be putting Gambler down into the lower brackets, while WWW themselves will be moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and this is just a show of dominance from WWW. Don't be fooled by the name. Don't be fooled by the logo, which was neatly drawn, but the players in this roster are just exceptional as always, and you can really, if this is the performance that we're seeing from them in this opening series, you really have to wonder how tough it was in that first open finals where they were not able to make it through. Right now they have a redemption chance, and this is a great first step.
Yeah, indeed. So, Gambler, I mean, they're down, but still not quite out yet. WWW can certainly be running this high going to the next semifinals, but they know that the next round is just going to be likely to be as harder than the first round they've gone through. But at least this first obstacle is already done and does it for them. So, so far, I mean, it's still very much the same sort of form that we expected out of the guys in WWE, isn't it?
Yeah, just as good as new.
Good as new, yeah.
Nothing has changed, and I would say it even became better, right? WWW just so much more cohesion, and of course there are a lot of nice things to say because there's a kind of a discrepancy between these two squads. I want to see how WWW really plays up against the other teams when they proceed into the lower brackets, but it's a good first form to really show in that opening series.
Indeed it is. So, we're going to be coming back later on with the semifinals. We're going to see who exactly could be going up against WW, or maybe even more than that, because there were other quarterfinals run at the same time. So we will be giving you all those updates on who is through the semifinals and who has been pushed down to the lower brackets. But until then, though, it's still we'd like to give a thanks to the sponsors that made the Snapdragon Pro Series possible. And this time around, we'd like to give a shout out to Kachi Shop. This is going to be the best place you can go to whenever you're running low on in-game currency or credits and you need a reload. Drop by to kachishop.com and go ahead and get the reloads there, because they not only offer you great deals but also great discounts to go along with those reloads.
Honestly, if you can't get enough gems in Gem Grab to win, but you still want those green colored gems, Kachi Shop is the place to go. It is a gem mine. If you get those good deals, and only you can get those good deals from Kachi Shop. In fact, I think it gives a lot of value. I've been really invested in getting those monthly passes and just making sure that I'm always topped up in the coolest Brawl Stars suit. So there's more to come. There's more to come.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be more to come here. I mean, literally quite the start of the day here in the SPS Snapdragon Pro Series. But we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be right back later on with the semifinals for Brawl Stars.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2 Split 2 Open Finals. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Victor Cax. We just finished a very quick first series between WWW and Gambler, and that was kind of a walkover by WWW. But we have more to come, and coming up is Raid Esports against Rising Sun Southeast Asia.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see. So it seems like Raid Southeast Asia was the one to beat Raid East Asia. So that's going to be the first thing to talk about here, because Rising Sun Esports has been a presence actually in SPS since Season 1, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, this is literally the first time they've been picking up a squad in Southeast Asia itself, and to see them actually show up the main squad, this is going to be kind of amusing to see. But nevertheless, the East Asian Rising Sun squad will have another chance in the lower brackets here. But as for Raid Esports, they're going to be up against probably their biggest challenge right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I definitely want to see how one of the former world champions in Rising Sun SCA is going to really put up a show later on. But of course, this would not have been a reality without our friends and partners who made this happen, and one of them is Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And recently, I've been able to get my hands on a couple more monsters aside from the the regular green color one. I've gotten Foot Punch. I've gotten one called the Doctor. It's nice. I like it.
Yeah,
Foot Punch is awesome, by the way.
Yeah, you were telling me about it.
I was telling you I could not sleep. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it did give me that extra boost I needed.
Indeed it does. So thanks once again to Monster Energy for powering our tournaments here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and hopefully you guys will be drinking plenty of monsters back home at wherever you're watching from. But nevertheless, now we're running into the semifinals now for the upper brackets. Let's go and have a look at the brackets to see who else is going to be playing in the semifinals here. So we already saw WWW move into the next round. They're going to be up against Team Wood. Team Wood, who has won their own match 3-0 against Brighton, so they sent Brighton down to the lower brackets. And Team Wood, if you guys don't know, have two members of the former PSG LGD team that won the 2020 World Cup. Specifically, Response is playing in the main lineup, whereas Wiggly Spoo is actually the coach for Team Wood here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they'll be facing up against WWW. In the meantime, on the other side of the bracket, there's this Xanax unfortunately loses 0-3 to Raid Esports, so they Raid will be the one moving into the semi-finals there instead to face up against Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia.
Yeah, this will be the lower bracket so far. Both for all four teams that lost their first series are now in this gauntlet of death. You have Brighton going up against Gambler, and Rising Sun Esports East Asia against this Xanax. And I think the biggest surprise in this entire bracket is definitely going to be Rising Sun Esports East Asia. They didn't go down without a fight though. It was a full best of 5 series, but to see Rising Sun SCA come out on top in the first foray of the organization into SEA for Brawl Stars, I think we're heading down a very, very interesting future for the game itself.
Yeah, I always felt like Rising Sun Esports, especially during the old ESL Mobile Open as well as Season 1, SPS have been kind of overshadowed by Zeta Division's like dominance throughout those last 2 seasons. But there have been no slouches either, actually. They've been consistently in the top 8 in both seasons as well. And in fact, in this one, in Split 2, they're already in this top 8 here for the second split. So it's been interesting really to see like that the Southeast Asian team, the newer lineup has been picked up, is actually doing a lot better in this one right off the bat. So I don't know, we'll still see how they're going to try to fight their way out of the lower brackets here, I think.
And with this, I think we have to again thank our friends and partners who made this happen, and of course, who else other than Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they were the one who made this vision a reality. We have been able to not only be in the studio and commentate for multiple mobile game titles, but at the same time we've also accomplished feats outside of in other nations where we get fans to be on ground and witness their favorite team lift the trophy. It has been a wonderful journey, and I look forward to more. But you know what else I look forward to, Victor? The second series. Let's take a look at Raid Esports roster heading into this best of 5 in the upper bracket. DJ Gun, Don Mac, Nana, and Gan.
Yep, so These guys have, I think they have competed in past seasons of SBS. I'm not sure exactly as this lineup here, but Raid Esports now going to be facing off their biggest challenge yet as they come up against the semi-powerhouse that's going to be Rising Sun Esports. So let's see if GG Goon, Domak, Nana, and Gan really have what it takes here to make their way to the upper bracket finals. So it's going to be one heck of a best of 5 to see here later on.
Yeah, and this team also won their series just now in a clean 3-0 fashion, but can't really say the same when we take a look at their opponents, because that was the only series that went to a full BO5. Rising Sun SEA having to fight their comrades at Rising Sun East Asia in the first upper bracket. Definitely a bit of a weird situation, but it's good to see them in this spot. And I know it's early to say this, but when you play a full best of 5 and you have to play another best of 5, fatigue is something that they really have to keep in check. But then again, we have CZK, we have Troy, we have Bear, a roster that has decent experience, and even have World Series attendees as well.
Yeah, so Bear is the only Filipino in this whole competition, actually, I should say. And he joins up with the Malaysians, CZK, as well as Troy E to make up Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia. The fact they've already beaten their sister team is already of note here. Let's see how much further can they go in its upper brackets here. And, with the experience between them, especially on CZK, whose best result has definitely been that World 2020 round. So we'll see whether or not that will be able to carry them to even more victories here in SBS.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match as well, because we have seen Raid Esports. At least we've seen some of these names in the previous season. So it's not like we're looking at a completely strange team. But for Rising Sun SCA, Bear is definitely someone who is eager to really leave his mark in the competition.
Indeed, he does. So now we're going to be going into yet another best of 5. The semifinals match will be a little bit different compared to the quarterfinals, but it's still going to be more or less the same pool of modes, as well as a pool of maps that are really in the competitive pool right now for Brawl Stars. But I really want to see how Rising Sun Southeast Asia works in action here, because we didn't get to see them in that quarterfinals just now. I would actually have loved to see them go against the East Asian Rising Sun Esports, but nevertheless, this will be our opportunity to finally see them back in action.
And that actually adds a lot more, variety to the competition, right? Back then, a lot of us pinned our hopes on Team Wood to being the strongest a team not from Japan, but now we have 2 squads to really look at. So Rising Sun SCA definitely has that hidden responsibility. But end of the day, I think the competition is definitely not easy. We have some incredibly experienced rosters competing in those other brackets as well. For Rising Sun SCA, they've already beaten one of the strongest teams that we have, and now it's to see if they can continue that momentum.
Yeah, in fact, they may even just become the Rising Sun team to beat, really, with this result here. But having spoken to ZZK long time ago, I always could tell he really has a lot of motivation on himself, really, to prove to the world at large that he's one of the best Brawl Star players, if not this region, then perhaps the world. Yep. They've kind of made that statement really when they won Worlds, but Worlds 2020 is a bit of a weird one for the Brawl Stars community, given that it was the only World Cup to be held under COVID restrictions. So therefore, there are definitely some naysayers out there who say that, you can't really count it as a real Worlds result because it wasn't played on the main stage. But still, these guys were the ones who showed up and the ones who won that event outright. Yeah. So if they can continue to show themselves to be able to handle their own against some of the best players from the Japanese region here, pretty much that's their goal. They're really what they need, to show that they have what it takes.
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of I wouldn't say it's a redemption arc, but it is a storyline where you're looking for that definitive affirmation, right? That say what you may, fluke or whatever, if you don't believe it, we'll have to do it again. It's an arduous journey, but we've seen players like CZK sticking around for so long, and sometimes you do wonder how much mental fortitude you have to be able to stick around for such a long period of time. But things are really looking up. They have constantly made top 8 in our Season 1 Open Finals. They have made top 8 in our Season 2 Open Finals as well. And to hit the challenge, all they got to do is to win the semis and make it to top 4.
Yeah, it's sometimes easier said than done, isn't it? Especially when you consider that more than half, or really like 67% of like all the lineups here are purely Japanese.
Oh, yes.
Like literally the biggest or the strongest region in the whole of Asia right now when it comes to Brawl Stars. So just being able to mix up amongst them already is quite a feat in itself, right?
It's kind of like joining the popular kids club, right? You show up and then you realize that everyone is are people that you have really looked up to for a long time, and now you're part of that community. And I think they have done enough to be in that circle, but now it's more of like how much more can you do to really take the spotlight for yourself.
So again, what is also running concurrently when it comes to this Brawl Stars community. Let me just giving you guys basically a picture of what these guys are doing, right? Is that they're not only competing in competitions like SPS, but they're also taking part in the monthly cups that Brawl Stars holds. And this is kind of like the way that they are able to establish themselves in the scene, right? Just being consistently looking for these kind of tournaments and playing in them. I mean, the monthly cups, those count points towards like the World Cup, whereas like competitions like SPS here, they are more like the bread and butter for these teams. The prize pools are usually what they're usually fighting over, so they always want to try to get themselves into challenge finals. And what I've seen from some of these players, like we're talking about the Zeta Division squads or even players like CZK, is that they're always consistently putting themselves in that top in the top of the class when it comes to not just SPS but also the monthly cups. So it's really to have that sustainability in esports, you have to consistently be putting in results after results after results, and people only know, or rather people only judge you based on your last tournament result.
Oh yes.
So that's why this grind has to be always so constant for these players, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the monthly cups are definitely crazy, right? To always be consistent and staying out there. It's like going to Harvard and remaining in Harvard and remaining at the top of this is Brawl Star Harvard.
Yeah.
I'm calling it that right now. The game is gonna start very, very soon. We will be able to take a glimpse into a map pool just in a bit. So thank you very much for being patient with us. But I think I cannot overstate how important it is for Rising Sun SEA to, I wouldn't say necessarily win the match. That would be a plus, but to really, really give it all and bring it to Raid Esports.
Yeah, so looks like we're going to be jumping into our first round here. This is going to be a heist round over here, and if you can just see what brawlers have been picked out here. We had, unfortunately, due to technical issues, had to skip the pick and ban phase here. So what you see is pretty much what you're going to get. Looks like
Anita, okay.
Yeah, that's a bit unusual to see Anita being played in this competition, but nevertheless, they chose to use Anita here. Let's see whether or not it will work out for them.
And just a good rush from Rising Sun Esports SCA. They do trade 2 for 2 though. Thankfully, Anita able to really hold the line as Troy, he is caught in a corner, and unfortunately as a bull, the one thing that you struggle with is long range fight, and he's gonna get bullied, but he has the super, he's just gonna charge straight into the save and unload as much magazine as he can before he goes down. And while that was happening, CZK able to really push on forward, so Rising Sun Esports SCA, they are doing a fantastic job.
I mean, Troy was just basically waiting for both CZK and Bear to actually make their way up before actually going for the dive to the chest, because, the save, because he knew he was going to be down as soon as he made that move there. Now he's going to be going very aggressively against Nana. Unfortunately, loses his life to the Nita as she brings out her bear of her own. Now she's going after Bear here, who's having a big on DJ Kun completely dead to rights, but CZK will be the one to finish him off. But in the meantime, Donmac already gave himself to the save here before Bear comes out just in time to defend it away from Donmac.
And Troy, he has a super again, and that means that there's only one destination right in the save, bringing it down to under 50% with the help of CZK. They are just basically throwing bodies at Raid Esports safe right now. And at the same time, Bear has been doing a decent job in keeping Donmac away, and now with everyone respawning at the same time, Troy has already slipped through. There's no one to stop Troy. He's going to be able to really do damage on the save, and unfortunately for Raid Esports, if they do not go down and get a respawn, maybe Rising Sun Esports may win this though. This is going to be a race. Troy is on that save. Someone needs to save it, but Raid Esports, they just got that respawn, and I don't think they have enough firepower to stop it. Or maybe they do. They push Troy away.
Yeah, Troy was just basically trying to hold back Anita, but in the meantime, CZK and Bear Bear has done
Just
the
run the
best
clock.
to push them all the front. Now with only 10 seconds to go, that few percentage points might just be enough, but you already see from the top there, Bear Bear doing even more damage. Wasn't able to pop the save enough, but there would maybe not enough time there for the Nita of Nana to finish things off. It's just 8 percentage points to 2 percentage points. This came down to the wire here for Rising Sun Esports, but they still won the round anyway.
I mean, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. I'm loving this opening. Very, very unique picks. I've been looking for, we had this conversation about a thrower. We look at Spike, we look at Squeak, we look at Sprout, but Barley is also a very good zone controller. Good for Rising Sun Esports though. I mean, this SGA squad has already given us a taste of what they're capable of. So Ray Esports, they're looking for a bit of adjustment. This opening is great. They're able to push both Bear Bear and Troy back, and as long as this bull doesn't cross that halfway point with a super online, it's going to be hard for Rising Sun Esports to do much damage. He gets taken out.
Yeah, I guess taken out, and you can see the Nita very rapidly making a way to the safe now, while the other two members of Rising Sun are trying to make their way up. Troy and ZZK coming out of the spawn now to try to open up some space, but Nana continuing to hold her own in front of the safe right now. Troy is just rushing towards the safe here, trying to put some damage together with Bear Bear, literally just donating his body to the safe right there and then. But it's really a race right now as they are still continuing raid. Esports continuing to hound the safe right now, forcing ZZK to try to be defensive, but he's losing a lot of life here. The Nita, a lot stronger than they probably anticipated here, is already bursted the safe and takes the second round for themselves.
The idea was correct, but they just do not have enough damage to finish off the safe. You have 3 members of Raid Esports, just especially the Barley, the residual damage, just constantly chipping that safe away, and you have a 4th member, which is that Nita Bear. So Rising Sun Esports, as much as I love the approach, but you have to, I feel like you have to save that bull super until you're close in range to get to the safe and not to gain distance to run towards the safe.
Yeah, but the big problem is that Nita has huge amount of damage you can do in a very short amount of time, and basically by spamming her main attack around these corners, it makes it very hard for the bull to actually find an opening. So it's really down to ZZK and Bear Bear to actually make that opening onto the safe there, while Troy is trying to keep Nita occupied. But sooner rather than later, the bull is going to run out of steam, and that is going to be down to ZZK to try to keep things on par with them, while Troy now is continuing to try to give some pounding to the safe. It's only going to be a suicidal charge for him, as Don Mac will be able to finish him off. And
I think he hasn't used his super yet because he didn't get it. So that means that he will have that gap closer in this respawn, and there it is. Troy has it, and you can see he's just beelining towards the safe.
Yep.
Raid Esports, they know this. DJ Gun, he needs to be able to stay alive for as long as possible, and they need someone to keep Troy away, and they're doing a good job. But Trey's just gonna do it sideways, that 45-degree angle, but unfortunately burns down to Don Mac. The residual damage is enough from this Otis. Raid Esports keeping that safe, but they still need to deal damage to Rising Sun Esports safe.
Yeah, that was not quite a good charge coming out from Raid. Now it's getting picked apart piece by piece here by Rising Sun. DJ Gun, the last person standing here, down to about 150. Now it's going to be able to give them a slip, actually. He's going to try to go towards the save there, while the rest of Rising Sun is just going to be occupied here. But looking at the percentage, though, they're certainly putting up a lot more damage than what he could do on his own. Now taking out Don Mac there. Wow, I mean, they're really throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto that safe.
And DJ Gun has done as much as he can, but CZK, he has that damage boost. Just a couple more finishing touches will do the job. Bear Bear, he's outrunning the actual Bear, and now he's going to pop that super straight to the save. Already said Esports, the body block coming up with DJ Gun. You cannot do it. What an opening set from Rising Sun Esports.
Whoa, I mean, it could sense like even a bit of desperation on the Rising Sun's side, because they knew that if Nita had the bear up, it was going to be very hard for them to try to defend the safe, and they knew it was going to be a race either way. So they already did majority of the damage actually in the opening minute of this matchup here. Is just really down to Bear pulling out the final shots there to actually confirm it from them, but that could have been a real close one there for Rising Sun Esports, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is as close as it is. You can see that the game plan from Rising Sun Esports is just so refined. They have practiced this many times, and unfortunately, for Raid Esports, they just were not able to do much in this regard, right? They are trying to really trade the save, but at the end of the day, it was Rising Sun Esports who were able to kind of get in the face with that bull, even when you look at the damage, sure, Raid Esports, you did 20,000 more damage, but it's all chip damage. It's not as efficient as you would like, whereas for Rising Sun Esports, most of it is pumped into the save.
Yeah, and the thing is that they really had to close the distance to save a lot, and in order for that bull, the bull strategy to really work here is that they have to basically like power through a lot of damage that Raid Esports is doing, and I think they probably didn't anticipate that the Nita was going to be a huge factor in Raid being able to push the save on their end, and that made it kind of hard for them in the defensive side of things because Nita's damage output was quite enough actually to pose a huge threat to most of the members of Rising Sun Esports, especially on defense. But nevertheless, though, they still stuck to their guns. They knew they had a game plan. All they needed to do was execute it, and execute it they did.
And definitely had, right out the gates, both teams had a very clear game plan. But for Rising Sun Esports SGA, it is to basically throw bodies at the save. And I think that, Raid Esports, they had a response, but the problem is when it comes down to defending the save, it is very hard for them to do. When we see them committing 2 members to do it, and the one round they won was actually just having all 3 men pummeling the Rising Sun save. But to get to that point, you have to get through the spike. You have to make sure that you keep this bull in check. There's a lot of things that they need to consider.
Yeah, so so that's why the Nita pick actually kind of worked out well for them, because Nita, all she needed to do is that once she got her super, send that bear towards the save, let the bear do the job, and then she could also use her positioning in order to keep pressure on the other members of Rising Sun Esports. Pretty much that way they were able to evenly distribute the load, right? So either way, though, I think for Rising Sun, probably didn't expect this was going to be a close one for themselves, but looks like they may have dodged a bullet for now. We'll see how they will fare, though, in the next map, because there's still going to be at least 2 more to go, perhaps even up to 4 if Rising Sun is not able to find a way to overcome Raid Esports this easily.
Yeah, definitely a good showing, a good opener, right? It's contrary to our first series. It's not kind of this walkover. This one is definitely closer than we thought it would be. But for Rising Sun SCA, riding off that earlier victory against their comrades from East Asia, I think this is going to be the tempo for the rest of the evening.
Indeed. So, I mean, the good news for them is that if they are just able to get over this one matchup here, that's already a ticket straight to the upper bracket finals, right?
But in the challenge.
Yeah, in the challenge.
That's all they need.
Yeah, that's pretty much. As long as they can make their way to the challenge already, job is done for the day,
Job
right?
is done. You get $600 regardless. The rest is just for pride. You are going to be competing for a bigger chunk of the prize pool regardless. And easier said than done, but for Rising Sun SCA, they have their journey basically cut short by a quarter just by winning the quarterfinals in the upper bracket.
So in any case, when it comes to Raid Esports, right, I'm trying to look at their past history, but I think they used to be called Blood Diamond back in like Season 1 maybe, or maybe during the ESL Mobile Open. But the only player whose name is kind of like in the list here, it's not actually one of the players who are in the lineup right now, so I'm not too sure how reliable this information is right now. But nevertheless, based on what we've seen from Raid Esports team, is that they really don't give up easily at all. Like, even when things odds were kind of against them. I mean, granted, they had a bit of like a good lineup actually to face off against Rising Sun in this first round. But even when things were very much going against them, especially when Rising Sun was able to push all the way to the top of the map, they were still able to fight back, and even at times were able to completely stop the momentum that Rising Sun Esports has. So is this going to be like the pattern that we're going to be seeing for the next couple of games, you think?
I think it might be, because the one theme that has always been crystal clear when it comes to Japan against non-Japanese region is the discrepancy in mechanical prowess, right? Most of the games that we witnessed back in the day, whether it's Team Wood or any other non-Japanese team, up against a Japanese team, it's just kind of a walkover. We just get outclassed, we get out-duo in these aim battles. So being able to see a scrappier scrappier set at the start of the evening, I think is a testament of how far the players locally have come. and I would love it to be a trend for the rest of the night.
That would certainly be exciting for us here, really. But nevertheless, if you guys are wondering why we're still kind of like talking around a bit, I think they're still having technical issues with their pick and ban system at the moment. They're still going to run. They're still running it on their end though, so we'll keep you guys updated once that match is live. So if you're just joining us right now, we are waiting for the second round of the semifinals here between Rising Sun Esports as well as Raid Esports team. This Rising Sun being, of course, the Southeast Asian team here compared to the East Asian team, whom they actually beat in that first round during the quarterfinals and sent them to the lower brackets. So now it's a fight now to see who's going to be getting their first slot into the challenge finals, right? Is it going to be between Raid or is it going to be Rising Sun? We're going to be finding out later on, I suppose.
Yeah, and we also have multiple series running concurrently in the background as well. So if you are a fan of any other teams that are competing, we don't have them on broadcast on a separate broadcast, but we will keep you guys updated with the brackets as soon as we get done with our current one. So do send those teams your wishes on their social media and see if they get through, because by the end of this series, or at least by the end of the one on broadcast, 4 teams will have to wave goodbye to the Open Finals. It feels like a really short journey, but I can guarantee you to get to the top 8 is not easy. So, and the fact that they are in the top 8, they should feel really proud of themselves, regardless of the results.
Yeah, and on that note as well, like, let's talk a little bit about how things turned out during this this open leading up to this Open Finals, right? Because all these teams had to play their way through the Split 2, which is basically 6 cups, which was held basically almost every other day coming up to this Open Finals here. And it's really the points that they were accumulating that's super important to them, especially when they want to qualify to Masters, because it's these points during these splits that actually counts towards their progress to the Masters.
Yeah, and that's why being consistent is so crucial, right? You can't just show up, win a cup, and then be like, yeah, my job is done. This is, no rest for the wicked. You have to keep on grinding, keep on getting those points. And at the end of the day, coming into the Open Finals is kind of like the icing on the cake. And to even get more, you just have to make it to top 4 and qualify for the challenge stage. But from that point onwards, it is more of the prize pool rather than getting points into Masters, because there won't be any point acquisition. So I think that it's definitely a very interesting format, but I also feel like it gives these teams a lot of incentive, and we get to see a lot more of these players.
But it also gives us a kind of like a pecking order, so to speak, when it comes to this competition, actually, because when you look at it, right, WWW, they had the most amount of points in this Open, all like 5 points shy of getting 400 round, but they not only were they dominant, even the Southeast Asian Rising Sun team was actually in second overall there, only 10 points behind what WW had done. So that's like 395 to 385, and that's quite significant here. It goes to show that, perhaps a bigger competition that Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia may be looking at may not even necessarily be Raid at this point, because they know that WWW is certainly the team to beat throughout this whole second split, right? So if anything, they just want to be able to get over this match here so that they can continue to take the fight against WWW. So now we're going to be looking at the pick and bans. The second map here is going to be a bounty round, this time on Layer Cake.
Yeah. One of my favorite bounty maps, and whoever wins this wins the entire series would go up against either Team Wood or WWW. So we're gonna have a very, very explosive upper bracket semis upper bracket finals later on. But for now, I think, judging by how Rising Sun SDA has been able to overcome a pit stop in this very scrappy manner, it's gonna be a very interesting bounty set for sure. When you are gonna be expecting some high volume knockouts coming out from both teams.
I would feel really bad for Raid though if they lose out this bounty round here, because to have that third or possibly the decider of this whole series on a knockout round is certainly going to be very, very rough. I mean, that's like a recipe for a quick domination here by Rising Sun if they can just completely wipe the floor with them with Layer Click here. But given how that pit stop round went early on, I would say probably the chance is quite high here for Raid to try to mount a good comeback here, but it really relies on them getting a good bans and picks here. But nevertheless though, Layer Cake, it's definitely defined by having a lot of different layers. You have to fight through the grass as well as the walls, form these natural sort of like defense points or choke points that players will have to kind of push through. So one thing that I've seen teams be really successful at here is making full use of throwers like sprouts, barley. They can be super potent here, especially in making concerted push. But conversely, having brawlers that have good maneuverability also can kind of throw things for a loop here, because there's plenty of places for them to jump and hide into. There's a lot of grass as well, so brawlers who are more content with playing a more stealthy style can definitely take full advantage here. I mean, we'll even be surprised to see some players pick up Sandy, though she's kind of dropped off of the competitive pool as of late thanks to the nerfs that's been done onto her. So, nevertheless, though, for this round here, it's going to be super crucial for Raid if they want to be able to keep their hopes alive getting into this into this upper bracket. Because if they can successfully bruise Rising Sun in the second round here, it's going to be pretty much game on in the series here.
And one of the brawlers that you did touch on when we talked about pit stop was the bow, right? And there is kind of a scenario where you have the bow on your team. Though I would still stick with the throwers. We saw the Grom ban now by Raid Esports, a very specific ban as well, right? You normally don't consider that Grom often. The Gray being taken out by Rising Sun, and the other two, Ojin and Tick, are kind of expected. So, but with Raid having that first pick advantage, they will go straight for the Piper. But we have the Brock online, and it is something that Rising Sun can also take into consideration to pick for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, having good range. I mean, the problem is that even when you have the range, the grass is going to make it quite hard for you to see past in order to get the vision onto your target. So having something like a bow will be very important, because if you don't have a tick, you can basically use bow's mines actually as a way for you to either zone out enemies, and plus he also has very decent range and certainly can be a good competitor here to the Piper on Raid Esports' side.
And he covers a wide area as well, right? When you look at the layout of Layer Cake, his normal attacks with that angle spread definitely allows you to kind of block out an entire point of entry, and it's just very, very annoying to deal with if you are Raid. They will pick the Otis back again. This is the second set that they've done so. And the good thing about Rising Sun is that they have that last pick, and for Raid, it seems like we're looking at a dual battle, whereas for Rising Sun, they have someone that to really get in your face in the form of Bonnie, and Raid actually doubles down. They have someone that does a similar job, which is Jeanette.
Yeah, I mean, the Jeanette and Otis means that they're going to just take full advantage of maneuverability on this map here, and this could become a problem for Rising Sun if they don't really have a good answer to it. But they will have an answer in the form of the Sprout. I mean, it'll be perfect, at least until Jeanette gets her super, then she can be kind of really hard to pin down. But nevertheless, with a combination of having like a semi-thrower in the form of bow, and then a full thrower in form of Sprout, they could definitely still cover a lot of ground, and it's all about making sure that the Bonnie is going to have the space that she needs in order to pick up those kills. And I think they should be pretty golden on Rising Sun Esports' side.
Yeah, a lot of area coverage from Rising Sun, whereas for Raid, we are going back to the basics, right? Those aim duels. And when you have a Piper, you always kind of have that inherent advantage, just because she just has one of the longest range in the game as a brawler. And obviously, she's going to take that midpoint. DJ Gun doing so. Up against Bebe's Sprout, not easy to really deal with the Piper when you don't have the range. They don't necessarily have someone like a Brock, and even that bow is going to be preoccupied because you want to take control of choke points. So DJ Gun is just going to walk up, even uses super forward.
Whoa!
One bit of a weird one. Just hands over that blue bounty over to Rising Sun.
Yeah, I don't know, was that a miscommunication or something? But DJ Goon definitely is complaining about connection issues, so maybe it was in order to move up that Don Mag actually missed out there, because it would made more sense, for Piper to jump in while with a teammate together to make a full concerted push. But just looking at the cover situation is not looking too great on Raid Esports' side. They already lost some grass on both the middle and the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, you can see the Rising Sun just pushing very, very hard there with both Bear and Troy, just constantly constantly keeping the pressure going on Donmac while he's still down. But nevertheless, though, they try to stabilize the situation here. No major stars picking up yet, as Troy is going to have to back off there with his health kind of low. Bear is still taking position by the middle here, making sure he can keep Piper suppressed, but now having a bit of trouble here with Nana moving very far forward here. Now that Jeanette is going to have her bombs away, but will not be able to follow up too much there. But with DJ Gun still being stuck on his side of the corner.
Yeah, ideally when the Jeanette goes off with the super, you want to be able to push up in the midst of that chaos, but you can't really do so. DJ Gundo having a very good spot right now as the Piper. The Piper getting so much space is extremely good news, but he forced away by the landmines, and with Bebe pushing up as well. 15 seconds on the clock. Rising Sun Esports, you just have to run out the time and not let Raid Esports get any single knockout. And Raid Esports, they're going to push in. This is the Hail Mary attempt. Good Sprout Super to block out that midpoint, and they even get rid of the Janet on the way out as well. There's just not enough time. Rising Sun Esports, just a very slow game, but they win round 1.
Yeah, but again, when you have both of these teams quite evenly matched here, it's all about the details. It's all about like the nuanced kind of plays they're able to do here. But nevertheless, though, once the Rising Sun got the lead there, they immediately just like turtled very, very hard, just falling back to the final layer there and just baiting Raid to just follow along with them. But you know, it worked out for them that time because the time was on their side. Now we have another round. DJ Goon picks out the blue star for himself, so it's already Raid Esports getting themselves ahead. CZK taking the left-hand side against Nana right now and is already doing quite good damage here onto Nana's character.
I think Bear thought he got the blue star, so he backed off, but unfortunately went over to DJ Goon. Nonetheless, though, they did get that pickup earlier on that Jeanette. So now it's again back to turtling, but Rising Sun Esports, they do have a different thought, and with this Sprout Super from Bear, he is just creating so much room for his teammates to just walk out. DJ was stuck in the corner as well. That's not where you want to be when there is a throw on the enemy team. They were able to push Troy back, but now look at Rising Sun. They are just relentless, ruthless in fact, in their execution.
Oh, that Sprout putting out his super, just blocking out the final layer and just making a single choke point makes it so hard for Raid. Finally, now they're able to break through, but then look at Bear doing good defensive work. They're taking down the Piper. Now it's going to stave up Donmac, which comes up the top there, and Bear is still able to retain most of his stars right now. This is becoming a desperation move now from Raid Esports because they still need to try to take down this Sprout, who is still gathering up stars as we speak.
And this is definitely a beatdown so far from Rising Sun. I mean, DJ Goon, you can't just walk up like that. Bear has the majority of the bounties on him, but they can't even get to him. You don't want to expand the Janice Super in any of these scenarios, and unfortunately, I think time is just not on their side. 20 seconds, a bit too less. Rising Sun Esports getting a very easy dub in the second set.
Oh, CZK just waits for the Jeanette to land on the ground to just finish her off like that. It's really terrible right now for Raid. They're not able to put much of a dent onto Rising Sun here. 7 seconds to go, and it's still very much them in the lead here by 19 stars. Troy just using his opportunity here, just jump straight in front of Donmac to take out the Otis. And man, that's quite the beatdown here that Rising Sun Esports able to do in the second round.
Completely different from round 1 of this set, and it all started when there's just a one minor mistake, I would say, from DJ Goon. That one move costed them the first round, but when second round rolls around, you could even just forget about what happened in round 1. Rising Sun Esports figuring out that, okay, you know what? We don't necessarily have to play defensively. We have a draft that allows us to really just walk up to the Piper and just really pressure. If you don't give Piper distance, she's essentially weaker than her usual form. So Rising Sun now getting the 2-0 dub while going to knockout next. Another A map for both teams.
And I think this is yet another round that underscores the importance of having good throwers on your side. You know, it's not necessarily going to be about how accurate are you at sharpshooting or really how much range you have. Sometimes you need to have a good thrower because they can mean the difference between a good push versus a bad one here, and they certainly have used both the strength of the Sprout as well as the bow in order to be able to push them out of these quandaries here. So like the first round wasn't quite smooth sailing for Rising Sun, but by the second one they really knew how to put things together, and the combination of the Sprout with the bow just made things so hard for Raid Esports, especially once they got pushed all the way to their spawn.
And I believe that the Janet was the last pick for Raid, though the idea being there isn't good enough when you have a Sprout to deal with, right? Like if you use your super and you kind of, you know, light up the green light and ask your team to run in, the Sprout can just block off a path and completely offset whatever maneuver you have. Knockout coming out next. This is crunch time for Raid because, you know, you have challenge spot on the line and Rising Sun, they are breezing through the series so far.
Yeah, and out the open is not exactly going to be the easiest one here to play on because, well, like the name implies, it's not a lot of cover really. So you're going to have players who are very good at using this limited cover, but also having brawlers that can sustain plenty of damage over time. And they kind of need that, especially given that this is a knockout here. You know, one death and pretty much that's it for you in that round. So, I mean, again, this is worst case scenario now for Raid where like their entire matchup now is hinging upon this one round here on knockout, and it's not a really comfortable place to be, so they have to be very deliberate in what brawlers decide to pick for this round here.
And really comes down to who has that last pick as well. I think, you know, teams are starting to get more of a hang of being able to throw and kind of pull out the trump card towards the end. In this case, when we look at out in the open, we can expect your common bans, you know, those long-range marksmen, your Brock, your Piper, your Bell. I think Colonel Rouse could be an option that they consider. But I do wonder if, you know, a team like Raid would want to even take Sprout as a consideration to be banned out because you just have so much utility with that brawler. And Rising Sun has played it in both of their sets.
I would think like a Sprout pick would make sense if you're trying to play defensive here, but Knockout kind of requires you to be strong in both, and right off the bat, I cannot really see any good spots for the Sprout to maintain a base of fire, save for like very close to spawn, which does quite limit the reach that the Sprout could do, because more likely than not, Raid is also going to be huddled very close to their spawn anyway. But nevertheless, the bans will become true. We already see a ban on the Eve as well as a Brock coming in from Raid side, and just like you mentioned, like you want to take out like the good marksmen amongst the brawlers here, and that's why also the Colette has been taken out. So has the B. And I think that's Bonnie, right? That's Bonnie, right?
That's Bonnie.
Yeah, that's Bonnie. Bonnie picked up by Rising Sun Esports, so that will be a decent choice. Maybe if Raid wants to pick up something with similar strength, could perhaps go for a Meg, but they have to consider as well, like, will the Meg be a good option here, especially when out in this open, she's going to be a very, very juicy target here for Rising Sun.
I believe in Split 1, we did see one of the teams, I think Exeter Division, run the Surge as well. And I don't think Raid would go for it, but if you want to be cheeky as Rising Sun, the Surge could be a brawler that you consider. I'm just throwing it out there. For Raid, they go back to the Piper. This is one of their most comfortable brawlers, and they put the Janet in as well. We saw that on Layer Cake. Didn't work out thanks to a Sprout, but out in the open, you definitely can create a lot more chaos because there's more room to move around as well, and there's very limited space for Rising Sun to kind of avoid that super, especially when you're pushing them at spawn, where one side is effectively blocked out by a body of water unless you have ways to break that. So far, Rising Sun hasn't really have an easy way to do so, to achieve that, except from the Bonnie super.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jeanette's kind of like utility may be a bit hampered by the fact that there's a lot more room to run around in. Maybe they could successfully keep Rising Sun contained to certain choke points on this map here that might work out very well, especially if like Raid is able to push them all the way to spawn. Then perhaps this is where the Jeanette would be super powerful, but at the same time they bring out the Squeak in response to the Mandy pick that Rising Sun Esports is bringing here, and I think they're also picking up a Barley here. So this is looking like I mean, very interesting. Very interested to see what Rising Sun will be doing with the Mandy, the new brawler, in this competition here. But the Squeak together with Jeanette.
And I think with the Nani, it makes it very, very fun as well when you have two brawlers on the side of Raid Esports who have very little HP pool. I believe Piper has the least HP out of all the brawlers, and then you have this controlled bomber running at you, courtesy of the Nani. And when you pair it out with the Bonnie, it is one way to kind of just get in your face. That is if Rising Sun can pull it off, though. In this open space, there are just so much more avenues to work with. You can see that Troy will take initiative to really get space, and both teams having the same idea, just making sure that they control one side of the map.
Yeah, so again, Nani just going ahead and trying to stay out of the range of Squeaks' attacks here, and they're mainly going to try to use that to keep them zoned out. And the benefit is that even when they're stuck to walls there, they will still provide a huge air effect. Nani's super is going to be able to get onto Donmac there, putting him down to half health, but that's really trying to stave off a bit of a push, which is still coming true from Raid Esports' side. Nana still leading the front of the charge here, and the Squeak just keeping them completely zoned out at these choke points here with a huge area effect that Squeak's attack is able to provide.
I mean, Donmac is doing such a good job. Troy tries to draw the attention of Raid Esports away, but this round pretty much done and dusted, courtesy of the Squeak. And you really have to thank Donmac for kind of keeping Rising Sun contained.
Yeah, and this is the ideal type of setup that Raid is looking for, right? Keeping Rising Sun completely cornered in the side once the poison cloud comes out. That's a good shot there from CZK, actually. So they're already one down, and they don't have the Piper here, so it's up to the Squeak to actually get a return, and does do that onto CZK himself. So now two versus two here. Super coming out from Squeak right now, and Nana tries to go up very aggressively, but taking a lot of damage now, down to 300. It's going to have to back off inside the grass while Donmac tries to hold the front.
This is going to be really tough for Rising Sun Esports. I mean, you have the Mandy, but Donmac is being just a nuisance. And unfortunately, Mandy doesn't really have, can't really get rid of Donmac quickly as well. You need 3 shots to take both of them down individually. So Donmac, he can now just walk up. They waited for that ammunition to really finish reloading. Oh, Bear, can he find him? Jenna has the super though, now you can flush him out. This should be round number 1 going over to Raid Esports. As super from Mandy going absolutely wide, as Rising Sun Esports have to concede this one.
Yeah, pretty much. The main game plan with that Jeanette is just wait until Poison Cloud comes out and then only unleash a super, and that's already handed them the win for this round here. Right off the bat. So Raid Esports not doing too bad now. Let's see whether or not they will be able to keep it up. They already got 1 set in hand here, just another, and they will be able to bring this to a 4th map now. So Raid yet again taking up positions near the front here. They don't have to be that worried about clumping up unless the Nani is able to put them some good kills. And in fact, Donmac wandered a little too close to the sun there. CZK picks up the kill.
And DJ gonna try to curve his shot as well, but can't really find CZK. He did use the super to blow up that wall right there. Not really sure if that was intended, but DJ Gun didn't really stand a chance. 3 versus 1. Nana fed to the Sharks. Raid Esports making a clean round.
Yeah, I mean, they figured that, you know, if Raid is always going to be strongest when the Poison Cloud comes out, how about we finish them off before the Poison Cloud even has a chance to spawn? Seems to have worked out well for them that time, but now... Oh, good shot there from Troy. Double kill straight up onto Raid Esports, leaving only Nana, the last one standing. Not much you could do there as Bear finishes are off. Well done there from Rising Sun.
Yeah, just power driving onto our Raid Esports, and I mean, getting 2? I would take 1 as a good trade. So Troy, fantastic job, just finding that good opening. And I believe he was running around like 2,000 plus health because he realized he had no way to get out. He was slowed down, decided to pull that Hail Mary attempt, paid dividends instantly.
Yeah, so now it's going to be a full reset here. 1 each for Raid as well as Rising Sun. Nana moving very aggressively forward here, trying to force Bear off of this main holding spot here in front of their spawn, and just using the body of water as well to try to put some pot shots onto Bonnie, while Donmac and GJ Goon move up from the left-hand side. They're already trying to keep CZK dead in his sights. Nice shot there onto CZK. Now they will be able to push even further forward here. Donmac tries to get a stick onto Bear, almost nailing him down, but then the super coming up from the Nani only clears out a wall. Bear uses the opportunity to try to break through, only gets 1 kill before getting traded out.
Oh, that was so well done. Troy takes the jump pad and they break the wall to get a good line of sight. It is a good trade. Donmac can't withstand this damage. It is a 1-for-1 trade nonetheless though. Now it's Nana against Nani's. CZK, can you pull this out? There is a super for the Jeanette though, so CZK, he's running on the clock and doesn't really have no health compared to Nana as well, and with this poison mist closing in, CZK, I feel like he knows it's the end. What?
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 That was confusing there, but still.
I called it a clutch, but what?
What the heck was that? Really?
Where's the super?
uses the super at the last minute there, trying to deny up the inevitable there, but Rising Sun Esports.
He didn't even use it.
Yeah, he didn't.
He just took it point blank. Oh, that's a heartbreak. That is a heartbreak for Raid Esports.
Oh, that's just, what a funny way for things to end that way. But again, Rising Sun Esports, they have already won the last 2 sets, and with that final round move, that's going to be the series win for them, and they will be through not just to the upper brackets, but they also confirmed their slot to the challenge stage.
One of the losses that you definitely cannot take with grace, because it was what a weird way to lose out the 3rd set. Raid Esports kind of had it in the palm of the hand until the last moment. Nonetheless, the journey still continues for Raid Esports, as they will be sent down to the lower bracket. But for Rising Sun Esports SEA, first foray into Southeast Asia for this organization in Brawl Stars, and they have made it to the challenge stage. What an achievement!
Indeed it is. So, not only have they beaten their sister team, but now having proven themselves against Raid here is only going to be looking up and up now for Rising Sun Esports. But let's have a look at one more time at these highlights here, because I really want to see what happened in that final sequence, right? Going into that final round. But nevertheless, a lot of this really was down to how well Dharmak and Nana were able to keep pressure going on their lanes here. But they always have to watch out for ZZK's Nani. And yeah, this is the final bit here. And look at that! just literally picked off that Jeanette there. And ZZK was like, okay, nothing else for me to do now.
Honestly, all Jeanette had to do was to press a super, and I think this round would pretty much be guaranteed. But yeah, it's one of the few times where saving your best move for the last moment is, I wouldn't say ill-advised, but I don't think he expected CZK to have one more shot, one more bullet in the chamber.
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's like you miss all 100% of the shots you don't take. And unfortunately that time CZK literally denied her the final shot there, didn't she? But, you know, again, CZK was ruling a lot of weight as the Nani in that round, so huge credit to him in winning that one out for Rising Sun. We're going to also have to thank our sponsors, really, who are the ones who really made this competition happen here. With Kachi Shop, you can get lots of great deals, as well as good discounts on your top-ups the next time you're low on your in-game credits, or if you need to get new gems for your Brawl Stars, you can go ahead and check them out at www.kachishop.com, where you can get all your best deals here going forwards.
Yeah, good deals is what we all live for. Who doesn't like an extra gem or two? So Kachi Shop, being our partner for quite a while, has been instrumental in enabling us to really get what we like in game, make those purchases, but also make sure that the value is worth it. So it's been a wonderful journey so far. 2 series down, but we have 4 more best of 5 to come. You know how it goes. Brawl Star is a never-ending process, but of course we gotta take a bit of a pit stop, and that means we would take a short break. But when we come back, the 3rd best of 5 will commence, and we'll see you just after this very, very short commercial break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing you guys split number 2 of the Brawl Stars Open. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We've already witnessed 2 matchups so far, but now we're coming into the final round of this upper brackets here, the upper bracket finals. This time we found out who exactly will be going up against Rising Sun Esports, who did massively well with that 3-0 win over in that semifinals. Now, this time they're going to be facing against WWW, so we'll be welcoming the Japanese boys one more time. This time to face against their foes here from Southeast Asia.
Yep, I would say this is the ultimate test, even though it's not the grand finals yet. But with how the teams have been performing, it is bound to happen. And you know, when we look at the bracket later, I want to see what was the result between WWW and Team Wood, because those two were in the competing just now as well. But if you're Rising Sun SEA, I feel like to a certain extent you are expecting this inevitability.
Yeah, I mean, again, just judging even from the Open Cups, the Split 2 Cups as well, it was really back and forth between WWW as well as Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia, so it's no surprise to see that these top 2 are the ones going to be facing each other in this upper brackets. So, speaking of brackets, are we going to be able to get an update now to see who exactly are, who else is going to be in that lower bracket right now? Let's go ahead and find out here. As we can see, Team Wood up against WWW. That was a close match actually between the two of them, 3-2. So it looks like Team Wood's really giving WWW a run for their money, isn't it?
Pushed to the absolute limit. I'm loving what we are seeing so far. I mean, we came into this, at least I came into this expecting WWW to get a basically kind of a smooth sailing until top 4 at least, but I didn't expect them to be kind of pushed all the way to a full best of 5 against Team Wood. And this is not to take anything away from Team Wood, but we are really seeing a lot of improvement even in the local players as well. To be fair, we have veterans from Singapore in Team Wood, so WWW got the work cut out for them now against Rising Sun Esports SEA. The question is, are they the SEA Slayers? I mean, they've been that for more than what, 2 years? But can they do it again?
Yeah, and a bit of bad news for fans of Ziz Xanax and Gambler here, because they've been knocked out of their respective lower bracket matches. So it's Brighton who moves up to the next round of the lower brackets here to face off against Raid Esports, and Rising Sun Esports East Asia, the Japanese squad, will be up against Team Wood next year. So Team Wood also be providing them plenty of trouble, because again, especially when you soften the brackets early on, you know, the only other matchup to really go to the full 5-game length as well was between both Rising Sun Esports teams here. So they're gonna have to face off another major challenge here, especially with Team Wood showing that they have what it takes to be to be able to be blow to blow with WWW. This could be Rising Sun Esports East Asia's biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, honestly, you know what, I think there is a chance that we see an SEA team be in the grand finals, right? There's a huge chance. We have one lower bracket, one in the upper bracket, but right now, you know, obviously after this bracket, 2 more teams will be going home. So I think that's going to be a bit of a heartbreak.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to see how this grand final is going to turn out. And I think we just got an announcement.
Yeah.
Bit of a heartbreak for WWW fans. Well, I don't want to say the heartbreak part first. I want to give you guys the good news, right? So the good news is, I'm gonna wait for this because I really wanna make sure that you guys are paying attention. So WWW fans, good news is they have qualified for the challenge stage. So they've already bagged the 600 USD that the top 4 will get, and they will be playing more in the challenge stage. That's the good news. The bad news is WWW, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, will have to forfeit the upper bracket grand finals. They will not be able to continue playing in the open finals. Not that it matters too much. They have already done enough to proceed to the next stage, which means that we have Rising Sun SEA to be in the first team to make it to the grand final. So Oh, we got an SCA team in the grand finals. Woo!
Exactly. I was gonna
Wow.
say that. Like you were just as you mentioned it. Unfortunately, circumstances really has made that happen now. So Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia, the first to get into the grand finals here, is gonna be now down into the lower brackets to see who's gonna be going up against them. But that's still gonna be quite a whiles away. But nevertheless, you know, for WWW, they've definitely made a mark so far.
Yeah.
And you know, we will be seeing them again when we come back for challenge stage here. But unfortunately for now, looks like their journey unfortunately has been cut a little bit short.
Yeah, I would say this is actually a tactic, right? They're saving their best strat for challenge, right? They're not going to reveal anything just yet. They're not losing out on anything. Obviously, this is not the way we want it. You know, a local team to make it to the grand finals, but I'm gonna take any W. We still have a very interesting lower bracket. You know, we have Team Wood and Rising Sun East Asia that is going to be fighting in an elimination series, so that is one to look forward to.
Yeah, and on that note as well, because of the forfeit here by WWW, unfortunately we wouldn't be playing the upper bracket round right now, which means we're gonna have to take a short break. But then when we come back, we'll be back with definitely more of these Brawl Star action. There's still plenty of matches to be looking forward to, especially the grand finals later tonight. So make sure guys stay tuned for that. But until then, my name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Husky. We'll see you guys after the break. So don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop. The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I got the call, I'm waiting. I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, show the right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. Pack up your gear, I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end, I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, show the right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer. Turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer. Turn it up and feel the heat. Yeah. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer. Turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer. Turn it up and feel the heat. Yeah. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child true conqueror. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Say, oh yeah. Say, oh yeah. Say, oh yeah. Every now. The journey through this life not easy. Stand firm like a soldier in a army. Be no victim to mental slavery now. Even if Babylon try to stop we, you're a fighter. You're a fighter. You're a fighter. Make them know that you're a conqueror. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Hey, 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 hey.
raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work, work, okay, work, work, today, work, work, today, work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a pop chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clip.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the
Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, life easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding
wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a stone on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index. Reflecting light, that's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'm a blast to lie. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Более сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила. Наше слово, то є флоу. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інший світ то є фрод. Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game, with the Lord, most high, word. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%.
Yeah, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work. Work, okay, work today, work today, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink won't convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so wanna so bad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index. Reflecting light, that's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'ma blast a lot. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Более сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є флоу. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інше сіто є фрод, Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game, with the Lord, most high, word. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%. For sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%. For sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And we're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Star Open Finals for split number 2. Again, you're with me, Husky, alongside Victor Cax. We've got a pretty long break, but of course for you guys who haven't really caught up yet with the recent developments, WWW were not able to continue playing in the Open Finals due to some unforeseen circumstances, so they would have to forfeit, which means that we will not see them for the rest of the evening. But good news for fans of the team is that they've already done enough to qualify for the Challenge Group stage, so we will still see more of them down the road.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that they weren't able to continue on for this journey here, but nevertheless, we wish them all the best, and hopefully we will be able to see a lot more of them once the challenge stage fully comes underway. But for now, that also means that for the lower bracket finals, looks like that might be a walkover for whoever gets to that stage as well, because WWW is not going to be there to play against them.
Yeah. So just to get everyone up to speed, we have Rising Sun Esports, the SEA division, and they have made it to the Open Finals Grand Finals, which is a first in a long time for SEA fans or any SEA Brawl Star teams. And we are going to be looking at the lower bracket semis in just a bit, and the team that wins the lower bracket semis directly qualifies into the grand finals to take on Rising Sun SCA, because again, there's no lower bracket finals. And let's take a look at the brackets just to give you guys a better imagery on how things are right now.
Yeah, so the day began, of course, with the quarterfinals there that saw WWW, Team Wood, Raid Esports, and Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia move on to the respective places. WWW would then face up against Team Wood and were able to win that one, but by the time we got to the upper bracket finals there, they unfortunately had to withdraw, which means that Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia, who had won their round against Raid Esports, will be walking over to the grand finals. And then when you have a look at the lower brackets, Brighton was able to beat out Gambler, and Rising Sun Esports East Asia took out Xanax. And yeah, Brighton beat Gambler in a 3-2 set there, so there was quite a close matchup between the two of them. Raid Esports had been able to to actually they were taken down by Brighton. Not sure why Brighton is being shown in fate there, but Brighton was able to defeat them in order to move on to the lower brackets semi-finals there. And conversely, Team Wood defeated Rising Sun Esports East Asia 3-2 to make it to the lower brackets semi-finals now. So it's going to be up to these two teams now to show who's going to be able to make it to not the lower bracket finals, but the actual grand finals, effectively.
I am pleasantly surprised. I mean, we expected the Team Wood against Rising Sun Esports to be a tough series, but once more, Rising Sun Esports East Asia, incredibly, a pretty veteran roster, just not able to cross the finishing line.
Yeah.
And in this scenario, it sets us up for one big potential happening: 2 SEA teams in the grand finals. How about that?
I mean,
I might sound a little bit biased right now, but we don't get these moments often. I think the last time we had it was 2020. We know when PSG won the World Championship, but irregardless of any of our personal biasness, or I just want to see good Brawl Star games, and I think this one is very important, right? Because regardless of who wins, Brighton or Team Wood, they are going to be facing Rising Sun Esports SCA in the grand finals.
Again, ever since we started doing SPS here for Brawl Stars specifically, it's always been Japan that's been overshadowing other regions here. So it's finally good to see that some of our Southeast Asian players are able to step up to the plate, as it were, in Season 2 now. And given that we already have one Southeast Asian team already in grand finals, if another one gets up there, this could be the rise of a new challenge for the region here, for sure.
Yeah, and both of them have already, I believe, qualified for challenge stage. Now it's just for bragging rights, especially when it means so much to Southeast Asia. And we also have to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this a reality. Our friends and partners that took this vision and brought it into the real world. And their tagline, when winning matters, and it matters so much to Southeast Asian Brawl Star fans. I think a lot of people who are watching, I even consider this specific to a certain degree, right? We have fans from South Asia who are also tuning in, and I would say that we don't get enough of our players on that main stage, and to see a return of some of these players, and also some of them being former world champions, is a breath of fresh air.
No, it's really great to see that this region here for Brawl Stars is getting some love, because traditionally they've always been overlooked in favor of a lot of other games, right? And to see even our friends in South Asia as well, joining us on this stream here to give their support. I mean, really thank you guys a lot for coming along with us in this journey here. And it's always a good thing whenever different regions are able to come together for the sake of just this game alone. It's always a fantastic thing to see.
Yeah, and obviously we still have to give it to Japan being the strongest region in Pacific. I think at the end of the day, they were the ones who won majority of the World Championship and almost retained the same roster, and they are the front runners coming into Snapdragon Pro Series. But with that aside, we got to look at one of the representatives from Japan. This time it's going to be Brighton, who will be playing in our upcoming series. It's going to be Menmi, Ganbare Marinyu, Arotan, and Amol.
Yeah, Arotan, I think that might be a returning player here. I'm not too sure because it's a slightly different in-game name, but I definitely recognize Arotan's name there. So let's see what Brighton will be able to bring to the table here. I do love the fact that their logo is just like simple scribbles, actually.
Is that Brighton in kanji?
I would assume.
I would assume
so. Yeah, but it's
they have pretty interesting logos. I mean, WWW logo is also one of a kind. You can't copy that. That is unique.
Yeah, it's trademarkable, pretty much. But yeah, this is going to be the team that will be up against Team Wood later on. We're going to see their lineup there very much, but going to be a lot of high hopes here, especially hailing from Japan here. There's certainly a lot of weight behind this team here. So let's go ahead and have a look at Team Wood this time around. Very different lineup here, because it's mostly comprised of Southeast Asians here. Response and X9J hailing from this region itself. Prime Hiroshi, they are from Japan, but they are playing together in this one squad here in Team Wood. And so far, I mean, even though we haven't been able to see them matches live, their results really speak for themselves. Being able to defeat their first round 3-2, and then later on defeating Rising Sun Esports East Asia in a 3-2 series as well. I mean, certainly they're shown themselves to be Titan killers, but can they defeat the probable Titan that might be Brighton that is going to be in their way getting to the grand finals?
Can't believe I'm saying this, but the last vestige of Japan is Brighton.
Oh wow.
Normally the roles would be reversed, right? We would say
Right.
that about any SCA team, but if you guys have been watching since the ES Open Finals leading to SPS Season 1, you would have seen Team Wood at some point. And of course there was a short period where Team Wood didn't make it as far as we'd like them to. I believe in the first Open Finals they got eliminated pretty early, but now they are coming back incredibly strong and with very familiar faces as well. I mean, Response and X9J. There's a lot of pride on the line. We're gonna jump into the draft and see how these two teams have concocted for this upcoming best of 5 set. We're gonna start with Heist. It's all the way to pit stop.
Yeah, pit stop. If you remember the time we saw pit stop, sometimes it can be a bit of a rush, really, to be able to get themselves up to the end there. Oh, okay. So Hiroshi is actually from Malaysia. Should probably that. And Prime as well is from
Singapore.
Singapore. Yeah, Singapore as well. So apologies for that. I thought they were actually from Japan, but then again, definitely big fans of Japan for sure on their side. But nevertheless, for Team Wood, there's going to be a lot for them to prove here against Brighton, because this is going to be another. I mean, they've already defeated Rising Sun Esports East Asia. Could they do it again on yet another Japanese squad here? It's all going to come down to these picks and bans.
Yeah, and the best part is that it is a roster that has been around for quite a while, and a lot of these players they have been very, very active. Obviously, back then again under very different rosters, right? You have players from, I believe Arotan was one of it, and you have, I think, Menmi from teams like 3R Gaming. He was also with Winter as well. So you kind of get a combination of different players from different teams who has had top 4, top 6 performances in SPS or ESL Open Finals, and now they band together into one big squad and try to carry the flag of Japan in this second Open Final.
Yeah, so I think the big question though when it comes to these picks here is, do they want to go full aggro, or do they just want to have more control? And control certainly means that they will be using a lot of throwers. I mean, I can already see that Team Wood is using Sprout literally as their avatar, or rather their team logo coming in here. So I wouldn't consider Sprout to be an out of bounds pick here for a map like Pit Stop. But then again, what we saw with the last Pit Stop round there, which is like a Bull even can sometimes be a huge threat to that save, especially when he gets very far ahead, and sometimes it can become a bit of a race against time to see who's going to be able to take down the save earlier on. So these picks and bans very, very important, and sometimes, even though these pick and bans can sometimes take a lot longer than the actual match itself, sometimes the game could be just won based on like what brawlers you decided to run with just for this matchup alone.
You remember back in the days, I believe it was way back in the ESL Open Finals, or was it like the first SPS, that I believe an SCA team, it should be Team Wood, right? But one team ran this Bull El Primo duo on Heist, and they just ran it down every single round. I mean, we've seen a sneak peek of what Bull can do, like you mentioned, from Rising Sun SCA.
Yep.
And if that is, something that is comfortable in Southeast Asia Brawl Stars itself, I won't be surprised if Team Wood considers it when it comes to a map like Pit Stop.
Yeah, the trouble though is like that kind of strat is quite literally an all-in, because by picking the Bull as well as what was that again?
El Primo, right?
El Primo,
like it
yeah.
has to be like a gotcha pick at the end.
It has to be a gotcha pick, but when you pick those two tanks, you basically lose out on range effectively. So it's like if you're not able to make that charge in and actually do the damage on the save, you kind of have ruined your whole game plan from the get-go. And also it relies upon the opponents not having anything that can deal with two very tanky brawlers. But now in this current age of Brawl Stars, they've already kind of deprioritized tanks a lot more. There's been a lot more nerfs really on their ability to tank a lot of that damage, or rather the damage dealers now have more tools at disposal. So I'm not sure whether such a strat will be that effective unless they get this, like you said, quite literally a gotcha moment, right? Like just they saw that there was an opening inside the draft, they just went for it and it paid dividends for them. But yeah, here, I mean, even though this is not really like the challenge stage quite yet, it's still going to be a test bed really for how your abilities are when it comes to these one-on-one matches. So I would think they would definitely try to pick something a little bit more in line with the meta. Maybe.
You know what I do miss? I do miss the days where you run a healer on your team. I think Sandy was like a big thing.
Sandy, yeah.
Poco, we did see a bit of Poco in the Split 1 Open Finals, but yeah, it's just me reminiscing some of those moments in the past. I think it is going to take a bit of a work, maybe down the road when we see some meta shifts that we would see tanks and healers come back into the meta. But right now, there's a lot more of that mech checks, right? Those long-range duels and how you go about it. The bans are on your screen right now. No Stu, Griff, Colonel Ruffs, Otis, and Barley.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, like, we're getting out rid of the Colonel Ruffs makes a lot of sense, and but this still leaves at least a Sprout available for pickings here. Wonder they're going to go with that first. No, they're going to go with Penny first. Now, Penny is also quite decent because, again, when she's setting up a turret, that would obviously be able to lob projectiles over walls and stuff. So as long as you can place one very, very effectively close to that safe, that could already kind of provide the harassment needed onto the safe there to force Team Wood into a more defensive position. And especially with Stu out of the way, it means that they wouldn't have the benefit of a speed zone really to increase the maneuverability on the map. So if a very well placed Penny can be a huge threat here from the side of Brighton.
The question is, where do you put that turret, right? Where do you set up your super? Because on the map like Pit Stop, there actually isn't much cover that you can use to protect the turret. And even if you do, it has to be in front of the safe. So I definitely am interested to see where they are going to situate this super, especially when it's kind of a first pick Penny. I don't think Team Wood are thinking about Penny at all. In fact, they're going to go for the Bonnie instead. So in the contrary to having a Bull or El Primo, Bonnie is another brawler that can kind of just dive bomb onto that save. And you have that one ace in a hole that gives you a final, this final injection of damage.
I'm going to be very interested to see what Team Wood will be using with the Sam here, because with the Knuckle Buster mechanic that he has, not only can he use it very offensively, he could also use it defensively as well. And combine that with using the Bonnie here, I wonder if they're going to be using Sam on the front line really to allow his Knuckle Busters to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. But Team Brighton, we're going to be bringing on the Nita to go along with the Penny. Oh boy, this could be interesting here because, again, Penny having another turret means there's additional source of damage, but Nita quite effectively will be creating another like character really that Team Wood will have to deal with that has free range of movement as well. And Nita is no slouch when it comes to these confrontational battles because she can deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And BB will be the one to kind of round things up here for Brighton, and that's going to be quite a solid lineup, actually, I have to say, from Brighton's side, because as long as they can maintain, as long as like both the Penny and Nita are able to keep farming supers, they can constantly just make this a really hard battle of attrition here for Team Wood, because they're going to have to keep both of those brawlers suppressed in order to be able to win out these matches.
Yeah, I mean, I love the BB pick. It is, I wouldn't say it is niche, right? To a certain extent, it's almost forgotten, but if you're playing against a draft that wants to run at you, BB can swat you away like a fly. And it's just a very defensive, there's a very defensive archetype to how you play that draft from Brighton. But also, if you kind of gain an advantage, it is very, very hard to stop the snowball. You have massive damage dealers, you have 2 extra units on your team. You have a turret, and you have a big teddy bear. I think Brighton definitely have thought this out. Now it's like, how does Team Wood maneuver around this draft?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's run into our first round and pit stop here. Brighton starting from the bottom side, Team Wood on the top side. You can already see the Bonnie taking the middle here. Respawn's already moving
right
through. Yeah, he's already through. He's headed straight to the safe now.
There's no way they rush this, right?
Right through. He shreds his way through Menmi as well, and now they're just going to be racing their way to try to bring that safe down to 0. But Brighton's actually a little bit faster in that regard. Already brought it down to 40% now.
I honestly don't think Brighton have enough time. Look at Prime. Oh my goodness. What?
Not even close. Not even close. The moment Sam got on the save, it was pretty much game over here.
It's like having El Primo to a certain extent, right? Like if you can't stop him in his initial push, that's it. I think this would force the scenario that we saw early on against with Ray Esports, where you need to commit 2 members, but if you commit members to stop this, you are gonna lose. It's a lose-lose situation. Oh boy.
Oh,
he's going for it.
He went with the right-hand side. First he went to the
my
left,
goodness.
and then now Team Wood, they got psyched quite literally here. Response slamming
no.
down Memi one more time, and Rhyme and Miroshi just completely cleaned the floor of them. There's no way out of this here, I think.
They got rid of Sam. That's one way to deal with it. But you still have Prime. They had to use the barrel from Penny to block those projectiles. Prime. He used
What?
No,
He's
Prime.
healing so
Oh
good.
my goodness, no, not like this. What is happening in this match? All response shows up. Nida's gonna give a couple of finishing touches, and Team Wood, that's it.
Oh.
That is it. Set number 1 done and dusted.
Wow, I mean, Brighton at this
Sure.
point must be thinking that, yeah, we probably should have banned the Sam.
What in the heck went wrong?
Wow, they had no answer. They had no answer to Sam as soon as he walked up. And what I also need to commend in response of like pulling the psych on them, because at first he attacked from the left-hand side, and then like Brighton's like, okay, now we're going to put all our brawlers on the left-hand side to prevent him coming through. Then he went on the right-hand side instead. He just went exactly where they were, and so there was no way for them to counter him getting to the save. And once he's on top of the save, he can deal so much damage with the knuckle busters that there really was not much time for Brighton to even react.
Yeah, just to give you an idea how fast the set ended, we have 10 total deaths. That's how fast it ended. I mean, okay, a big chunk of the healing came from the very last moment where the Rico healed up, but
yeah,
I don't know, I'm at a loss for words. This is the fastest set we had. This is the fastest set we've had in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, I mean, Team Wood must be like gleaming from ear to ear right now from how quickly they managed to sort out this first round itself. But there were still rounds to go here, ladies and gentlemen. So Team Wood's not quite out of the woods yet. Brighton may still yet deal them another blow, but this time they know they're gonna have to watch out for these like these newer picks, you know, especially the Sam, the Gray, the Mandy. They haven't really seen a lot of play in SBS competitively, and it's great to see that, you know, Team Wood immediately recognize a huge strength of the Sam, which is just basically he can walk straight up and deal so much damage onto the saves here with his knuckle busters.
That's the gotcha pick right there. Honestly, I thought that they would commit like the BB to kind of stop Sam, right? You get ready, you kind of swat him away when he shows up. But I guess this is one of those mental warfare. You know, like you crush your enemy so hard and so fast, they don't have time to not only react but to prepare for the upcoming set.
Yeah.
If there is mental warfare going on, I think Team Wood has already gotten the initial dub.
Oh, for sure, they will have a lot of confidence coming to this next round here. So Canal Grande, a little bit different than a lot of other maps. Like most maps are typically a top versus bottom kind of match. Canal Grande literally has a canal splitting the whole map in two. So you're going to see a lot of left versus right or right versus left kind of battles forming on the map here. And I think picking like a brawler that's able to deal with that water, like an E, for example, would be quite important here, because that body of water presents like a huge choke point there that, you know, the teams both will have to keep control of if they want to be able to take the win here in this bounty round.
Yeah. And there are a few picks that I think is worth considering. I think the Gray as well is something that maybe would take priority. Janet, Bonnie, Carl, all these brawlers that have decent gap closes and can soak up damage would be a problem. But we also have seen teams who are just more mechanically sound. They would go for something like a Surge when it comes to bounty, just because you have ample time to rack up that super and really just, you know, overcharge yourself with damage. But when we go back to basics, it's probably just the Piper, B, Brock, plethora of choices for these teams to really consider taking out.
Yeah, if you can't beat them on face-to-face here, especially if they decide to play around the choke point there, if Team Wood or Brighton decide to have like a Sprout in the mix there, that could potentially make the choke point very toxic, and that's likely going to force them to stick to just doing range attacks for the most part. And yeah, picking up like a Jeanette, for example, she will be able to use a super to quickly bombard the other side of the canal and then fall back immediately to her side, and that's going to make her a very potent choice, really, which is no surprise why Team Wood has banned her out. They've also banned out the Eve as well, so no one really is going to be able to have massive advantage when it comes to using the canal here. But conversely, we're taking out the Jean as well as the Max here. Looks like it's still leaving the Piper on the board. They're also leaving the Brock open to be picked up here. So it's still plenty of choices here for both these teams to play around with.
Yeah, Colonel Ruffs getting picked up immediately by Brighton. This is kind of a no-brainer at this point when it comes to maps like bounty game modes. But I'm surprised to not see that Bell being picked as often as we would usually see back then when there is a Colonel Ruffs. Anyhow though, I still think that because you have both Piper, B, and Brock, all of them on the map, the teams are spoiled for choices.
Yeah, so the real question is like, what will be the best combination, right, to go along here?
There
Team
it is.
Wood going with a Carl,
There's
so
the Carl.
yeah, I mean, again, very, very handy in these mid-range engagements, and certainly will be 1% I would place quite close to that choke point there to handle any brawler decides to walk right through there. So now they just need to find some good range options, and I think they would be quite set here. Maybe a thrower as well into the mix, because you kind of need that in order to close, to maintain a lot of pressure on those choke points, as well as like can make up for say like a lack of range. And oh, here we go, Bo. I mean, Bo is the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Like he has the range, he also has good throwables as well that he can lob over the canal.
Yeah, and zone control. I was thinking of the Sprout as well, right? They are choke points that you can kind of block off. But the Bow serves just fine, and it's one of those few picks that I think we see a lot more in SDA compared to Japan itself. My team would they have a gotcha pick, right? Surely this has to be something that will kind of blow your mind. Brighton, you kind of seen this initial draft. It tells a very compelling story. They would also go with their own troll, which is the tick. It does just fine. You basically have a bow super as your normal attack, and you have your own super that can really kind of threaten a Carl when he tries to walk up forward. So there are some ways of engagement coming in from Brighton.
Yeah, as long as the Tick can farm up his super very, very quickly, and especially with Carl on the front lines, that shouldn't be that hard, actually. And if Rups actually also picks up a good power-up they can pass on to the Tick as well, that could be crucial there for them to be able to guarantee those bounty stars. There we go. Yeah, the parrot up to go with the Surge.
There it is.
And the Sprout.
There it is.
Of course, we were waiting for that to come out all day here from Team Wood. Now they're going to be bringing the Sprout, but going along with the Bow as well. I mean, again, I'm just thinking back to the last time I saw a Sprout with a Bow. It was a very, very tough match to fight against there because both of them were able to send throwables all the way and push them back to spawn. So, I don't know, like Brighton really needs to bank on both the Ruffs and the Surge pulling a lot of their weight here and hopefully be able to provide enough space for the Tick to get his super farmed up quickly. But that's a very, very solid lineup here from Team Wood, though, I have to say.
Yeah, even from Brighton, right, we kind of smell the surge coming, and it really did came true. So you can see how this pans out. I mean, X9J, he just walks out. This is a Carl. And there's actually no one that can directly deal with the Carl. He just has more health. And right off the bat, Team Wood getting 2 eliminations. I feel like this is what we've already expected to happen. At a certain point in time, and you're right, Menmi has to pull it his way, and so far he's doing a pretty decent job, but you don't really want to stick together as much when you have 2 throwers on the side. Well, 1 thrower and a Bow on a Team Wood side, so that Surge is just going to walk out forward. Menmi putting a lot of weight, takes out respawn. XIJ, not enough health. He's getting chased down by the Tick Super, and they cannot get rid of it in time.
But Jay's already doing so much work, just becoming a huge agent of chaos in the middle of Brighton's lineup. But now we're going to be splitting left and right here. Brighton on the left, Team Wood on the right. X9J is back out into the fight here, but then the Tick is keeping him zoned out so far. Now they're just still trying to find a good opening right now. Throwables being sent out here to probe around, but the Tick is still making it quite hard for Team Wood to actually close the distance between them, especially around this choke point here. Now the Sprout's choke point will finally break open here. Will they be able to use this opportunity to break past? Response now going very aggressively through the cover the shield, but unfortunately Thunderbolt cuts him off before he's able to do any more damage.
And Menmi, he just leveled up, and that's going to be an easy kill as well. Just having enough damage to deal with Team Wood. And the aggressive plan kind of falling apart a bit for Team Wood. Response, oh, he's going to get absolutely showered by Menmi. You love to see that as a Surge, just pulling so much weight after that absolute beatdown in set number 1. They will at least get the first round for themselves, and Menmi, he is just styling on Team Wood right now. 10 more seconds on the clock. I mean, Team Wood walking forward. Menmi does go down, but there's just not enough time to claim enough bounties for this first round win.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I mean, definitely Benmi being able to get his levels up very, very quickly was crucial there for Brighton to be able to maintain control, especially in the mid stage of this game. But it was very much the Surge show, actually, I have to say, because even though the Carl had like a early bit of success, but unfortunately, once the Surge came fully online, there wasn't really much the Carl could do after that point on. So X9J is going to have to find a different way of opening this up. But nevertheless, he will still do the same thing where he comes on the left side to try to beat up against Arutan and Thunderbolt, but they're already ready for him. In fact, he's sending so much troubles his way. His Surge as well, just bombarding him all the way there. Nowhere for this Carl to run.
Oh, they can't even get rid of Menmi, and he levels up off of that takedown. This is such a great start from Brighton. I think they figured it out, right? Keeping X9J at bay, just making sure that this Carl is not able to walk out forward, and Menmi, he is so strong. There's just not enough way to... Oh, stop the tick super! It gets a twofer with that one super. Team Wood, you gotta figure out a solution right now because Menmi is out of control. Response trapped in a corner. The ricochet from Arutan, not enough, but Arutan walks out. Again, Menmi is gonna walk out forward. Team Wood getting stuck on their own side of the map.
Yeah, this Surge pick is paying dividends right now for Brighton as they literally have Team Wood up against the wall right now. XJ trying to join up with Response. Response going in very aggressively at the Sprout to try to interrupt the Thunderbolt. Now trying to pull back, but not in time though before X9J was able to get through there. He was already down and out, and Thunderbolt now keeping things alive here. So it's Menmi, even though he doesn't have a lot of stars. Now he's jumping forward towards the Carl. They're trying to keep him suppressed, and it seems like that's working out. The Tick trying to send another one towards Team Wood, but they have not been able to take the bait.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Wood actually don't have a good way to play out the Tick super as well. This is definitely going to be a draw right after as the timer runs out. The idea was great from Team Wood, but Brighton had it all figured out. We were talking so much about seeing the Sprout and seeing that Surge, but I think the Surge just does so much work. I mean, Bounty game mode is usually scaled long enough into the late game for you to come online, and there's just not enough bursts to take down Menmi. You cannot walk up forward. This is as clean as it could be. What Team Wood did to Brighton in set 1, Brighton paid it back.
Yeah, looks like we're on for a series here, folks. Brighton winning the second set after pounding down Team Wood in this round here on Bounty. It's going to be very interesting to see how Team Wood will respond in the next map, but we're guaranteed now, ladies and gentlemen, to go to a 4th game here, and that's all because of Brighton's really good comeback here in the second set.
Yeah, you love to see these kind of series. I mean, both teams just not holding it back any punches, right? Just not putting any punches. Just everyone getting a jab in the face and an uppercut to follow. This one was definitely a Brighton set. No contest at all. Started well for Team Wood for the first 30 seconds. And then it all went down.
They did twice the amount of damage that Team was able to do in this entire set here. So that just goes to show how one-sided this whole affair is, and the choice of using the Surge really paid off here for Brighton. So that was kind of like the gotcha pick, I think, that Brighton managed to pull over Team Wood here, I have to say. But nevertheless, though, there's still more rounds to be played here. We've only seen 2 so far, and it's still at least 2 more to go here between the two, our two competitors here. And with Team Wood still having a lot of weight behind them, I would think we still have not yet seen the best come out of this squad quite yet.
I am already loving this. I mean, we came into this with very high expectations, especially you look at the squad of Brighton, right? This is a team that has familiar names in it. In fact, a lot of them have been very active. We might not remember them as much, might not be as impressionable because they aren't really consistently making your top 3, top 2, but it's also a team that has attended a lot of these open finals, a lot of these qualifiers, and has actually made it under different names as well. So at the end of the day, Brighton is a team that must be feared. And I think regardless of what happened in set 1, now we are back in a kind of a best of 3 format. It's match number 3, set number 3. Finally, we get to see a bit of gem grab.
Yeah, finally. Actually, yeah, now thinking about it, yeah, this is the first time we're going to be seeing a gem grab live on stream here for today. So Crystal Arcade will be the map of choice here. It is a decent one to try to have like a decider, but nevertheless, with each team already one set up, they really want to see whether or not they can pick up the win here outright in this gem grab round. Still yet to see what kind of picks and bans here are going for, but nevertheless, I think like if they didn't have the attention earlier, certainly Brighton has the attention of Team Wood by this point, I expect.
And both teams are so unique as well in their priority and their play style, how they approach each of the set. Even from the bans and leading up to the picks, you can see that there's a very distinct identity for both a Japanese team and a SEA one. Now we see just a variety of bans, no overlap at all. Crow, Penny and Janet banned by Brighton. For Team Wood, they focus on the one of the few newer brawlers, right? No Grey, no Otis, no Sam, and of course Colonel Ralphs to start it off.
Yeah, pick up the roughs from the get-go already, so they really want to try to put the pressure on Brighton here on on committing perhaps to an unideal sort of like a pick. So let's see what Brighton will do in response, but nevertheless, you know, looking at the map of Crystal Arcade itself, it definitely makes sense to try to get all these like throwers out of the way here, and the Crow especially would be very tough to deal with on this map actually, because there's plenty of spots for him to actually jump and jump into the middle of the back line here for the Crows particularly. Now Max and Ems will be picked up here by Brighton, and the Ems choice is quite interesting actually, because now that I look at it, there actually are a few good spots there that if a very competent Ems player will be able to zone out most of any brawler who gets close, and that's specifically around the flanks of Crystal Arcade. So are they going to be banking on using these Ems here to make sure there's no flanking attempts that are going to be successful from Team Wood's side? Nevertheless, Team Wood will be using the Stew to go along with the Roughs, so at the very least they will have mobility on their side.
Yeah, and so far more standard draft coming out from Team Wood. Obviously they have to also pick that last brawler, and looking at what Brighton has, I think you're looking for someone that can... Oh wow, Gene, that's very standard, very standard.
Very standard picks actually from Team Wood, but Brighton is going for a lot of area control and just really banking on the Max. And if like their Surge play is anything to go by, like if the Max could pull off the same thing the Surge did in that last round, I think Brighton stands a really good shot, because the amount of area coverage that both the Poco and Ems will be able to do means that effectively Team Wood will have to funnel themselves very close to where that gem spawner is, and this is going to make it easy pickings for the Max.
Yeah, I honestly think that, feel like Brighton kind of just want to exert as much pressure as possible. We kind of have two main damage dealers. You have the Stu on one side, Max on the other. But obviously, that Gene is always going to be that final trump card, right? You get that one grab at the very end with the super, and suddenly you turn the entire game around. This is as expected. Brighton with that Max able to grab 3 gems to start it off, and response has to pull a lot of weight. Just instantly breaks the wall. Arutan first to go down, but Menmi, he already has 3 gems on him. Team Wood though controlling that gem spawn.
Yeah, respawn's very handy in that Stew, and is already marking. Thunderbolt actually gets a good shot to take down the Poco now. So Menmi and Arutan very much in trouble. They're sending bombardments all the way down to try to force him out of position and hopefully be able to steal the gems. But so far, Menmi has been able to hold steady onto that, now forcing Response to fall back together with Hiroshi. While in the meantime, Arutan trying to pick up Prime, unfortunately takes too much damage there. Will get taken out by the Roughs, and that's opening up now Menmi to a lot of attacks coming in from the left-hand side. And
I also want to point out that Hiroshi missed his super earlier on, so that's kind of an unlucky situation. Didn't hold on to it. I thought he would save it for Menmi, but Menmi, he's just sneaking away with these gems. You gotta do something about this. Max Response, not able to find a finisher. They get control of the gem spawner, but still, I mean, Brighton has more gem, and now they're in a pickle because Someone snuck into the back line. They finally took down Menmi, and they grabbed Thunderbolt along with it. This is the best case scenario for Team Wood. Everything calculated. Now they just gotta run the clock out. 10 more seconds left, and Team Wood with a great reversal for this first round.
Oh, there was such a beautiful combination there for Team Wood. That's just pretty much just handed them the round, even though Brighton had been in the lead for most of it, which goes to show it isn't exactly all about how you start off, it's how you finish off these rounds, isn't it?
And I honestly thought that, Brighton got to pincer Team Wood. I think the Poco was somehow at the Team Wood spawn, but Team Wood was like, oh wow, it's a 3v2 now, let's just go. And it could not have been any better to win this first round.
Yeah, but they were literally saving it for the last moment. I mean, imagine if they just missed, if Jean missed out on that super, then they wouldn't have been able to pick up Arutan, which means they would have lost a round anyway. But nevertheless, though, it's still looking like the same game plan going on here for Brighton, as Menmi still carrying those gems, while Thunderbolt and Arutan will try to keep those flanks secure. Response now trying to be aggressive onto Menmi, and Thunderbolt will immediately move around there, forcing them to back off a little bit, and Arutan continuing to keep this left-hand side suppressed.
Yeah, this is what Brighton wanted to achieve, and Thunderbolt able to stay alive for long enough. Arutan controlling the left side. You can see that there's a 2 versus 1 pincer. Hiroshi moving forward. Want to get rid of Arutan. Does have enough damage to do so. Though Menmi in danger. Does have his super to buy some distance, and he will be able to do so. But gotta watch out though. This Poco, he is somehow able to get a good trade. Arutan also respawning just in time. The Team Wood finally gaining control of that gem spawner.
Yeah, Brighton's main mission objectives here is just keep Menmi alive for as long as possible. But unfortunately, Arutan will have to take one for the team, though. But Menmi sees that response is quite low and is actually trying to force him to back off a little bit, getting some good shots from him from beyond the wall. And now Arutan rejoins there to try to force response even further back. But now Hiroshi moves in, trying to make it more aggressive. Menmi almost gets hit by the bombardment. It only gets one hit onto him, though. But that's going to be enough to get a response, and Hiroshi get control over the gem spawner, so they are picking up the next few gems that are coming out.
Yeah, they were able to grab Arutan with the Gene Super as well. Though they didn't get Menmi, but you get rid of the amps, you basically regain control of this gem spawner. This is definitely closer than the previous game. Waiting for the G Super to come back up online, and he has it already. So this is going to be crunch time if you are Brighton. There's plenty of time to work with on the clock, but Respawn seems like he doesn't really want to wait. Arutan eating up space on the side. They put the Poco in front as well. Menmi really wants to get the countdown started, but you have to be careful to not get grabbed. And they found Arutan. He has a gem on him as well, and now they start the countdown. A bit of a careless maneuver. They even lose Menmi.
Oh, just how all the chips start rolling the moment they lose it there. Now Arutan trying his very best to return the favor here, but will lose his life in the hands of Hiroshi. Response having the bulk of the gems in his hands now, is not going to be letting it go quickly, and Menmi could not wrestle it away from him at times. The Team Wood takes this next set.
Superb identification of opportunity. They saw Arutan had that one stray gem on him, and that was the key. That was all they need to not only take the lead, but really forcing Brighton to respond as well. You say that the moment Arutan got caught, probably they were like, guys, we are going to lose this gem. They will start the countdown. We have to fight. And it all went downhill. And both rounds that Team Wood play in this set was just really exploiting Brighton's, kind of that nervousness. They feel compelled to fight, honestly.
Yeah, like Brawl Stars very much is a game of confidence, right? And if you don't have the confidence to push, it can make things unnecessarily hard. And you can already see just from the amount of damage that the team was able to pull out that they were quite handily beating Brighton at their own game here. So even though Brighton had a really good game plan going into this, but I think they exploited as well the weakness of the Evs, which is that she isn't exactly that strong. I mean, she is a strong brawler, don't get me wrong. She can cover a huge amount of area, but up close, face-to-face, especially in close quarters, she is quite useless, actually. And that's what the Gene was able to take advantage of. That's why they really targeted Arutan twice now for that magic finger, and that actually worked out well for Team Wood's side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as much as, you have the spray can, the aerosol spray can, against the Stu, he has ample time and space to really kind of move around kind of the projectile, and it's just such a tough set for Brighton. As much as the idea was there, but I would say to a certain extent they just got outdrafted on the Crystal Arcade.
Yeah, in some ways, actually, yeah. I mean, again, having a Gene on the side means that you always have to watch out for those dragon pulls, and the fact that they recognized that the M's was the one that was going to be the weak link on their side just compounded the issue. Nevertheless, though, after Crystal Arcade is done, it's time to go to the Ring of Fire. This is going to be a hot zone around here, and based on the pattern here, this could be Brighton's game to lose here, really. But then again, you know, they've surprised us time and time again. Maybe they might surprise us yet again here in this series here. But if they are successful in doing that, then it was going to be off to Gold Arm Gulch, where I think it's pretty much all bets are off. It's going to be very much a skill base around there. So this Ring of Fire pick and draft is going to be of absolute importance here.
Yeah, very, very crucial for Brighton. And again, just two very different approach to the bans. You know, no Max, no Mac, no Squeak from Brighton. And Team Wood, they eliminate B, Poco, and Colonel Ruffs. So I think Team Wood kind of feels like, alright, you know what? Brighton really likes to control the zone. We take away big zone controllers, right? We get rid of the Colonel Ruffs. We get rid of B, whose super can be quite irritating. And of course, Poco. To a certain extent, I don't really think that the Poco would be the biggest threat, but seeing how, you know, Brighton showed that kind of archetype in the previous set, I think you get rid of the Poco also discourages the M's to a certain extent, so Penny becomes the first one to go through for Brighton.
Yeah, a decent choice there. There are definitely two very prominent spots there on Ring of Fire that the Penny can use her turret on. And the choice of getting rid of Poco also means that, you know, Brighton cannot just simply run 2 tanks plus Poco as healer and just basically take control over the center of his map on Ring of Fire, which, by the way, doesn't really have a lot of cover outside of like the 2 corner pockets where more likely than not the Penny will be placing her turret in. Jeanette is going to be picked up along with the Otis for Team Wood. And wow, Team Wood really loves playing the Otis in this competition, don't they? Well, it's worked out well for them in some of these previous rounds. Let's see if it's going to be able to work out well for them this time around.
And once more, Team Wood has that last pick, so prepare yourself for a gotcha moment. For Brighton, so without the... I'm wondering who are they looking forward to. Maybe you want to throw her, right? They have ran the Barley before, and because this is not high, so you're not worried about, you know, getting overtaken by Team Wood. Barley, well, Bonnie is also one of those 2 options. Now there is a good mix of front line and back line. Someone that can really dive in and cause problems for Team Wood.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bonnie pick was just more or less like an alternative to them not having not being able to pick up the Meg. Meg obviously would be a much stronger choice, but Brighton also want to deny Team Wood Meg as a first pick there, so that's why they had to ban it out effectively. So now they already got the Bonnie and the Penny. Yeah, I was thinking they needed something with a lot of mobility because the Crow, of course, will be able to offer them just that, being able to jump in and out of the hot zone, which will be very crucial there, while the Penny holds the line there, especially with her turret, and the Bonnie will be one holding the line, and Penny providing support with her turret. Seems like that will be the game plan now for Brighton here. Just allow, give them enough space for them to work things out. And Team Wood will be bringing in the Bow as the final pick here for their end, and that's also a very solid choice because, again, just like the Penny, the Bow will be able to provide ample support from a distance on that hot zone there, as long as the Jeanette as well as Otis can hold the front line and continue to bring the percentage on the capture point up, then that would certainly work well for Team Wood's own game plan.
And now I want to see how this is going to play out. I mean, we haven't seen the Crow for a long time, and obviously Team Wood has kind of that cheat button just with that Jan Super for your point capture. Obviously, this is also one of the few maps where I would look at Surge and be like, yeah, it's not too bad of an option if you're really that confident to start doing that damage. But so far, Team Wood have gotten more than enough space. It's going to be Men Me against Prime, and oh, he just ran out of ammunition. Response from the side, clips him off, and that is going to be Team Wood starting to make some progress on that hot zone.
Yeah, that was so unlucky there from Arutan. He almost got taken down by the bow there of response. Hiroshi now trying to flank from the side there, almost getting the shot down into the Bonnie. Bonnie almost losing a cannon. Thunderbolt now moves it just in time to take out the attacker, but Prime now sending out the bombardment from the Jeanette to try to take down Arutan, but yet again his Bonnie still survives the onslaught.
Oh, Menmi, he walked onto the landmines and got taken out, and sure, you have that penny turret. Arutan now finally taking matters into his own hand, and Hiroshi is taking care of business. And look at the amount of space that Team Wood has control for themselves. This bow is an absolute menace. Menmi taking care of Prime, but it doesn't matter because Response just instantly coming back with another trade. Arutan finally stepping onto that hot zone.
Yeah, finally bring some capture percentage to Brighton here, but again, now they really need to deal with this bow, but unfortunately Menmi jumps in a little bit too early there. They will still get the trade onto the bow, but now Prime has super, and she's going to use it to try to take down one, and she does find the Otis there just in time. Arutan, though, will be able to, Arutan will take out the Otis this time around. Menmi now joins back in from spawn, trying to keep Prime at a distance here. Thunderbolt flanks him from left side, takes down the Jeanette quickly. Now they have the full range to try to focus on Response, pops him off there, and will have control of the hot zone at least until Bo's Mind puts the finishing touch onto Menmi's life.
And Team Wood, they have one more Janet super, and now this is going to be very, very important, but Janet just went down, and Arutan goes for the flank, just dive bombs onto Team Wood. They might not have enough time to kind of recapture this, not with this crossfire setup, and Prime, he's just going to leg it straight super onto that hot zone, but Brighton, they just need to stay on top for a bit longer, and they've got it. Round number 1 for Brighton.
Whew. This is a very, very hard-fought one from Brighton there. I mean, again, the main thing is that they needed to have an answer to that bow, and for a very long time this early game, the bow was basically unopposed until Menmi was finally able to find an opening there. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and run into round 2. Brighton still having that one set up. Now they want to try to make sure they can find a way to keep Response under control, but they also have to watch out for Hiroshi on that side there. Thunderbolt still trying to keep his good distance there inside the grass.
And of course, one of the pros of having a Crow is that you really delay that health regeneration, and that does cause a lot of problems. And as long as Arutan can stay on the standard spot, it's going to give them so much more room. And Menmi clearing out that bow landmines as well, making sure that he doesn't give his life up for this. Nonetheless, because they got rid of Arutan early on, they are able to establish a bit more control. Arutan, though, just goes right in, traces, doesn't even find any KOs, but it does allow Menmi to walk on forward.
It does, but at what cost though? Menmi now has no support at all, and Prime will be able to finish him off quite quickly. Arutan coming in only just a little too late to see what he could do at this point now, but then Prime is already taking up position. Response, again, very, very tough to deal with on that bow. Now they're going to be forcing themselves into a very unideal situation here, where finally I think Team Wood will overtake Brighton in capture percentage now. And now they just come out of the spawn. Menmi now trying to confront a bow directly, jumping through the backlines there, trying his very best, but couldn't quite catch him out.
Yeah, the poison damage was able to get rid of Response, but can they get rid of Thunderbolt though? He is getting some progress in. Prime now in a horrible spot. Response just got back, but Thunderbolt, he's still alive. Hiroshi, he might lose his life as well. Brighton just really pulling Team Wood apart, and a lot of these problems really came from the Chrome. There's, from the grave, he was able to get trade, and delaying all these health regen is putting on so much pressure onto Team Wood. And unfortunately, when you use that Janet Super, you don't cap the point.
I gotta say though, Arutan seems to be a lot stronger outside of the cannon than he was in though. That second win he managed to get was actually quite significant here, because it allowed Brighton to be able to regain control. Now he's back on his cannon here, and he's hoping to be able to get some support here from Menmi and Thunderbolt. But unfortunately, look at how good, strong the onslaught's coming in from Response, forcing Arutan to fall all the way back, and Prime though follows up with a bombardment. Now focuses in on the penny, but unfortunately loses his life in the process. Menmi now rejoins into the fight now to try to jump onto Response. Good throw there by Arutan to take him down. Now Menmi will be able to capture the hot zone, and Brighton takes the next set.
We have to settle the score in the final set. Go Gouge. Knockout it is, people. Back to the basics. Back to the Wild West. Mech check. Mech checks for both teams. But I must say that Brighton, as close as it is, I think from the get-go, they've already gotten a couple of things right. This Crow is being a thorn in the side for Team Wood. The Bonnie as well, being able to constantly just be a presence. And one of the elements that really gave Brighton an edge was the fact that they just had more health pool to stand in that zone and take punishment from Team Wood. Team Wood, they primarily were relying on response, which is the bow, but he gets pushed away by anyone from Brighton. And I mean, Janet needs to take care of the side of the left side, Otis on the right, so you don't really have that bulwark to anchor yourself on that hot zone, and Brighton really punished Team Wood for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really that normal, actually, for a Bo to take a frontline role like this. I mean, Bo typically is played more like a supporting role, actually, throwing his mines from a distance and using his incredible range, actually, to dole out most of his damage. So it's a bit unusual in that case why the Team Wood was using the Bo as the main frontliner here, but Respawn's really made that work for themselves, and that contributed a lot to their early success on this map. But I think where things started to fall apart, though, was that Thunderbolt finally came a lot more online. He was a lot more proactive, especially towards the tail end, and Aerotyne as well, just completely insane. Like I said, I think like sometimes it looked like that Bonnie was more powerful outside of a cannon than in, because Aerotyne was able to use the extra bit of movement speed and maneuverability to actually dole out so much damage on the ground.
Knockout for the final set. This is all for the marbles. We are down to literally a gulag death match to see which team will go into the grand finals and face off against No Rising Sun SEA. Again, the bans, nothing too similar except for the Gene. I think both teams just don't want that gotcha pick to ruin their rounds towards the very end. We get the Mandy, no Mandy, no Bonnie, no Piper, no Colonel Ruffs.
Yeah, but that still leaves a Brock to be picked up. I mean, Gold Arm Gulch, fair amount of corridors, a lot of choke points actually around the center too. So you might even see good throwers like, the Tick. I was thinking about good throwers, and the Tick is definitely going to be a good choice here, especially on knockout. As long as he's going to be able to maintain good control over the mid. What will Team Wood try to do in response? Now, Sprout may kind of be out though, because like there's not a lot of grass really for him to fully take advantage of, unless he really wants to slog it out in the middle here. But they could potentially even go with a Barley, or maybe even like try to go for the Surge one more time here, because like especially with the body of water plus the layout of this map here, it would certainly do good to have someone with that maneuverability. But Team Wood would instead go with a more safer pick, I should say, by picking up the Max.
I wonder if the Nani would would be a consideration. Or we saw that from Rising Sun Esports, Rising Sun SEA at least. It could be one of those few gimmick responses to a tick. It's like, well, you have your own robot explosive, well, I have my own robot explosives, and I get to control it as well. But they still stick with the Otis. I think it's a pick that they have ran for a majority of the sets. Just fairly confident in what the Otis can bring.
Yeah, I mean, so Otis brings a lot of utility, and it's certainly a good support to go alongside the Max. And it's no surprise that Team Wood has been favoring this Otis pick as well, because they seem to be very, very handy with this brawler in particular. But that's still, I want to see what they would pick as a final pick here. While Brighton brings up the Bell now to go alongside with the Tick, and I think that with the range that she provides, plus Tick's ability to harass, as long as they can, again, anytime you play a Tick, it's all about being able to create the space for the Tick, and also for them to be able to farm up the super quickly. So having the Bell as well means that they will be able to cover any angles. I mean, it's a good alternative to not having a Piper on the map. Could be countered if Team Wood decides to go with Brock, but I don't. But yeah, I think the Max actually has more than enough range to actually deal with his Bell right off the bat. But Brighton, as I say that, Brighton picks up the B to go along with the Bell, which means that they're banking on range, outranging Team Wood in this fight here.
I was thinking of Janet for Team Wood, but I wonder if they would want to consider something like a Squeak or a Sprout, which can limit what Brighton wanted to do with the utility, but then again, you are looking for a bit more damage, right? The Grom, wow, it actually comes right through for Team Wood.
Yeah, I mean, that will certainly put the B and the Bell in the tight spot, especially if it gets up close and personal, which means that Team Wood might be banking on using this Grom to be the disruptor in Brighton's lineup here. So that will be quite interesting to see, especially in Knockout here where, you know, it's all about these split-second decisions. Maybe the threat of the Grom might be just what Team Wood needs in order to deal with like the range and the pressure that Brighton will be bringing in this round here.
Very, very exciting. Hopping into the last set of this series. Winner takes all, advances into the grand finals. I mean, you asked the question early on, will we see a full series, right? How far can these two teams go? Well, we've got it.
Yep.
Brighton winning those even sets, and Team Wood winning those odd ones.
Yep, it's gone the whole 9 yards now, but it's only 6 feet under for one of these teams here, depending on how they perform in this knockout round. So far, they've just been keeping good distance away from Brighton. Again, Brighton just banking on the level of amount of range they have there with the thick length of throw, as well as Bell and B's range alone as well. Only the Max is going to be able to match them in that regard, but he's going to have his hands full trying to deal with both the Bell as well as the B at the same time. Response, also no slouch either, trying to send as much shots as he can towards Menmi, but the shielding is keeping him alive a lot. And right now they're just trying to run out of time. Ryan trying to farm up the super and just unleash it in the final moments there. One will hope that Team Wood will also have supers ready on their side. Poison Cloud's already coming out. Now it's going to be go time here. Who's going to be the first one to start off that chain reaction here? But Response is already quite low. Unfortunately, Arotan gets picked off though, so now he's going to be a bit alone there. And they do take out the B just in time, and Brighton unfortunately loses this first round.
Oh my god, I have to give a lot of props to Max. I have to give a lot of props to Hiroshi. This guy saved Response when he was on 120 health long enough for them to actually get those trades in, which is, you know, all these very minor mechanical moments, right? Those micro wins that Team Wood really push to the limit, and being able to pull that off. Hiroshi's going to do it again. Now he will have to contend with the tick, but being able to walk past those mines means that he gets a bit more space forward, immediately forced right back by Menmi.
Yeah, the main thing is that he's targeting Menmi very hard, as well as Thunderbolt. And he will be able to take out the B first, though, so Thunderbolt might be a little bit exposed, now forcing him to actually focus his attention onto Menmi alone. Look at the way he's trying to keep him pressured while Arotan joins up alongside him. Where is going to be the team to try to keep these two pressured? Now, Hiroshi able to come back into the center of this map here. They're still waiting for the Poison Clouds to come out, and trying to force Arotan and Thunderbolt into the corner now. And now the Poison Cloud is out. They will take down Thunderbolt first, and falls apart so quickly with Hiroshi taking the opportunity to take down Arotan's Bell.
So well done by Team Wood. Round 1 was a clutch, but round 2 was just a bit more cleaner. And I mean, I guess Brighton really wanted to change things up a bit, right? They put the tick, they put Thunderbolt to deal with Hiroshi. But it's a Max. This guy just runs through your mines, and they took his eyes off of him for just one moment, and he completely infiltrated the backline. Something that Brighton needs to kind of readjust again. I think there's no harm putting Arotan or Thunderbolt to deal with this Max. You cannot let him just kind of walk up like that. And he's going to do it again. And look at the focus from Brighton. They are shifting towards the bottom side.
Yeah, again, they recognize the real threat is going to be Hiroshi on that Max. But now Prime is going to be moving up as well. The throwables coming up from the ground, making it quite hard for Thunderbolt to have a decent base of fire. It's constantly having to maneuver around, and Arotan and Menmi conversely will have to cover him whenever he does those movements alone. But the thing is that the tick, if he's not dealing damage, he's not farming up his super, and that will be crucial, especially coming to the when the Poison Cloud comes out. If he doesn't have his super by that point, they will not be able to guarantee a kill onto Team Wood's side.
And just Brighton really tracking Hiroshi well. He's trying to find a lot of space, but the crunch comes in again. Arotan goes down, Menmi out as well. Thunderbolt do not stand a chance. And you really have to give Team Wood for their patience. Hiroshi spent the entire round just dipping in and out of the brushes, just kind of tempting Brighton, and just in one fell swoop, they took care of that first round.
Yeah, and again, can they make lightning strike twice once more? Response now taking the bottom side, exchanging with Hiroshi. Again, still more or less the same kind of game plan going on Brighton's side, just using the tick to try to keep them zoned out on their side of the map, but they're conversely able to stay out of range, not just the tick's bombs, but also the shots coming from both Memi and Arutan. So it's making it quite hard for Brighton to actually farm up the super as quickly enough. And I wonder whether or not the tick will be able to get super up before this Poison Cloud comes out, because that could, again, Team Wood has been very well coordinated in these final pushes, right? So now primary response, bringing up a good base here. They're now trying to keep Arutan at bay now. They do see Thunderbolt as well, but Response taking a lot of damage though. He's forced to fall back, and this could give the initiative now to Brighton to try to move forward. Again, getting him completely bombarded with the bombs coming in from Tick, but it's still not able to take him down quite yet. The Poison Cloud comes out, but Response get popped off by Thunderbolt's super right now. Now they're only down to just the max. Hiroshi is still trying to dodge around. He's the last one standing. He's doing damage. He managed to do it. He kicks out a Tick and wins the round.
You cannot spell Hiroshi without hero. Just heroics from this young lad on Team Wood. One of his first appearance on the main stage, and he was the one who started off the first set win, and he was the one who sent Team Wood into the grand finals. We will have a Southeast Asian grand finals, Team Wood against Rising Sun SEA. But to get to this point, my goodness, Team Wood really did have to work for it.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it was not an easy victory at all. Again, they still had to dissect Brighton's sort of like game plan, which is essentially defend the tick at all costs. And what they really were trying to do was to use the tick actually to zone out most of Team Wood's lineup there, and also provide him the space required to farm up the super. But Team Wood was able to not only try to avoid most of that fire coming in from the tick, but also at the same time prevented Brighton from being able to take the initiative a lot until, you know, the final moments. But the heroics from the Max pretty much carried Team Wood through a lot of these victories here in this round, and certainly cannot be overlooked here, especially when talking about Team Wood.
Yeah, I mean, the last bastion of Japan has fallen in the second Open finals. Obviously, to get to this point, you know, WWW were not able to continue, so that's also one of the factors that we are in the spot right now. But nonetheless, just impressive run from Team Wood. I do think that even if, you know, WWW kept playing, we would have at least one SCA representative in that grand finals. You know, be it Team Wood or Rising Sun SCA. With that aside, we are now set for a pretty rare occasion. One last best of 5, both teams from SCA, and we're former world champions. I think this is their first time in an Open Finals, Grand Finals since Season 1. So
yeah,
definitely a positive step forward, but this is the beginning of something great.
Again, not exactly the way we will like it, especially with WWW not able to continue on the journey here. I would love to see them a little bit more in this matchup here, but, you know, circumstances notwithstanding, we are still nevertheless delivered a Southeast Asian Grand Finals here for Split number 2. All this would not have been possible without the support of our sponsors for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and in particular, we'd like to thank Kachi Shop for providing us with great deals and great top-up steals, really, on their website. Check them out at www.kachishop.com to find out more, especially when you're looking to get your next reload on the way.
Yeah, always make sure you grab yourselves the best deal, because who can turn down a good offer? Definitely not me. I have been using Kachi Shop for as long as I remember, and I can guarantee you it provides one of the best deals. But who can forget one of our partners, Samsung Galaxy? They have been with us for quite a while right now, and this journey has been none other than amazing. You know, last time we talked about Samsung Galaxy, we talked about the Z Fold 4, but guess what? Now I have something called the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Do give it a go, because I've seen my peers review it, I've seen it in action, takes incredible photos, even at low light conditions. And if you are looking for a powerful phone, that device is one bad boy that you want to get your hands on. But with that being said, I'm going to take a very, very short breather, because I cannot contain my excitement to have an SEA Grand Finals. But with that, we're going to leave you guys on a bit of a suspense. After just a short break, we will come back for more in this Grand Finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us. That's how we do.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang,
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We're going to bring you guys grand finals now for Split 2 Open Finals here. It's going to come down to this. Two Southeast Asian squads. First off being Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia. The second being Team Wood. They're going to be ones battling it out right now for the top glory here in Split number 2.
Yeah, and both teams have already qualified for the challenge stage. They've already secured the same amount of prize pool, but this is all about pride, glory, and a bit of a bragging rights. And honestly, the fact that we get to say a Southeast Asian Grand Finals is in of itself a very special moment. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to pan out, because I would say to a certain extent that Rising Sun SEA had a slightly easier journey into the Grand Finals, also barring a bit of an unfortunate forfeit from WWW. Team would have to fought through the lower bracket, but all that doesn't matter. It's all about this moment, enabled by our partners Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they were the one who brought this vision to life, and they were the one who gave us 2 amazing seasons of Brawl Stars. So thank you very much.
Yeah, they used to power your phone's graphics, but now they also power our tournaments here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So thanks a lot to the sponsors that make this happen here. Nevertheless, when we talk about our sponsors as well, we also need to thank the newer sponsor for Season 2, which is going to be Samsung, showing off their latest Galaxy S23 Ultra, the newest flagship for 2023. You can share the epicness and level up your game thanks to Samsung Galaxy's fine lineup of phones and mobile devices.
Yeah. Whether you're a big fan of smooth and efficient gaming, or just watching videos, or having good battery life, or taking photos in low light conditions, the S23 Ultra is definitely the one that you want to go with. But if you're a big fan of unleashing your inner potential, or that beast inside of you, and you don't know how to do so, well, Monster Energy is here for you, allowing you to unleash the beast within. So check them out and learn more about them at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, so that will be all the sponsors who made this possible now, but it now comes down to these 2 squads here from Southeast Asia, the pride of the region, as it were. Let's go ahead and recap a little bit of how they made it to this point here. So it all started with the quarterfinals here. Rising Suns Esports Southeast Asia had to fight their sister team, Rising Sun Esports East Asia, and they won that round 3-2 in the quarterfinals. Then they went on to beat Raid Esports 3-0 before having a walkover in the upper bracket finals due to WWW dropping out of the tournament once they reached the upper bracket finals. So that will be the first grand finals. Team Wood, though, had a slightly harder time, because they even though they defeated both Brighton as well as made it to the semi-finals, they got defeated by WWW, which pushed them all the way down to the lower brackets, where they had to face off, of all squads, Rising Sun Esports East Asia. So they defeated the sister team of Rising Sun Esports, and then it went on defeated Brighton as well, and both of them in 5-game sets.
Yeah.
And it's only by the time they got to the lower bracket finals that they were able to walk over, because WWW, of course, is no longer participating. So now they are going up against Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia. So will they be able to make it a back-to-back victory over Rising Sun here, or is the sun rising a lot harder here in Southeast Asia?
There can only be one sun in the galaxy, and maybe SEA is the one. For Team Wood, they have played 18 sets this evening, and not really catching much of a break in between. But obviously, kudos to Brighton for putting out a very, very good rematch in that series, right? Instead of a 0-3, now they made it 2-3. We gotta take a look at the rosters one last time. Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia on your screen right now, and these are all from Southeast Asia. You have Bear, CZK, and Troy, and of course Bear is our sole Filipino player in the entire tournament right now, and so far he has definitely made an impression.
Oh yeah, he certainly made an impression in the last round we saw with Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia. So let's hope with the tutelage of a veteran of the Brawl Stars scene like CZK, he's certainly going to be able to bring out a lot of his potential here in this competition. But with Troy is also like no slouch either on his department, very consistent in the way he's delivering his kills, as well as backing up CZK and Bear when needed. So this is a very, very strong lineup here that Rising Sun Esports is bringing to the table here, and they're certainly carrying the pride of Southeast Asia on their backs.
And of course, their compadres from Southeast Asia, also Team Wood. If you have not heard of this team yet, you have definitely heard it right now. Response, X9J, Prime, and Hiroshi. This is one of the few times we get to see two SEA teams go up against each other, let alone in the grand finals of all places. But Team Wood has had a lot of accolades to their name. They had a lot of ups and downs, but this is definitely kind of the pinnacle of their performance.
Yeah, so like just a little bit of context as well. Like during the Split Cups, team out of 6 of these cups, Team Wood has only been able to win 1 of it outright, whereas Rising Sun Esports has been able to win it twice. So if Team Wood were able to defeat Rising Sun Esports here, they are practically the David defeating Goliath here in that regard. I say that even though that CZK and Response used to be teammates, you know, back in the PSG LGD.
Oh, yeah.
So they also are, you have a lot of things going for both of these squads here. They not only have like the talents, they also have plenty of experience between them, between CZK and Response, and also Rising Sun Esports certainly has been providing a lot of good support here for their squad. Given that they're able to actually defeat their own sister team, means that they've certainly selected their talents very, very well for this specific lineup.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 2 former world champions now in different squads going up against each other with new talents or new bloods that they nurture on their own, this is kind of like one of those moments where you have just 2 best friends who became really good at something and they went off in a separate path and now they meet in kind of this gladiator style coliseum for one last bout to see who is the best teacher of all. And again, the bands do tell a very separate tale. Rising Sun going for the Poco, no Sam, definitely no B. They've seen Team Wood play that Sam and they have a very good idea of what not to mess with. But we see the Rosa, no El Primo, no Crow from Team Wood. I always love to see SEA team go out against each other. There's just so much flavor to it.
Again, Sneaky Fields being one of those mats where if you do end up encounters, they're very likely being close quarters, and the Rosa can very, very quickly snowball a fight her way, especially given her kit. And by taking out the El Primo as well, they also reduce the probability of Team Wood using the El Primo to backdoor them. So that's something that Rising Sun certainly has been keeping an eye out on. But Team Wood nevertheless will be bringing out their max. They had a lot of success using this brawler in the past matches here, but they're going to have to contend with not only the M's being picked up here from Rising Sun, but also the Jeanette as well. And that could pose a bit of a problem because between the two of them, the M's being able to zone out, basically cover, have a lot of coverage here, and then the Jeanette also being a huge nuisance on her end.
Well, I think we have a bit of a problem, Victor. See that Ashe?
Yep.
The last time when we saw an Ashe on Sneaky Field did not end well for the team that did not have the Ashe. And they have a max to buff him up. And the worst worst thing right now is that the first 2 picks of Rising Sun are not equipped to deal with an Ashe.
Exactly. So, oh boy, this is going to be a tough one now. I mean, again, the Penny and the Max, I suppose, will be like easier to deal with, but with the Ashe in the mix now, Rising Sun's going to have a lot to deal with here. It's like, I mean, it's going to be so annoying actually when you think about it. Ashe is very difficult to pin down, has a lot of damage potential, and yeah, this could very much be the gotcha that Team Wood is pulling off here against Rising Sun.
It's gonna be a very messy first set for sure. I mean, Team Wood continues to surprise us with their picks. I mean, not to take anything away, Rising Sun also have their own moments, but I mean, Team Wood coming out the gates with this Ashe pick, and if you really can't take him down fast enough, he's gonna start ramping up, and that will be a bit of a problem. Good thing that Rising Sun has is that zone control. You just gotta make sure the response doesn't get up close in your face. But with Team Wood sending that ball towards the Rising Sun side of the map, it's gonna be a bit hard to get rid of response though. This is a good start.
Yeah, at least they were able to keep that contained now. Bear getting a
okay.
good kill on the Hiroshi as well. The goal is wide open though, but then the response coming out of spot, but no, he's not able to block the goal. Bear scoring the first one here for Rising Sun.
Good response from Rising Sun. Again, keep response contained and the M's. It's making sure that response is slowed down. Sure, you can run, but all these utilities to control response. Hiroshi though able to sneak through. Ooh. Sends it in for the tie. And it has to be Hiroshi. Of course it is him.
Yeah, of course it's gotta be Hiroshi here, being the hero as always for Team Wood. Now, Response though looking a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident now. He's getting 1 point on his cancel, trying to get a second one there, getting a shot on the Bugbear. Bear Baron takes him down. Now goes on CDK, takes him out as well. All they need is just the ball to be brought into the goal. X9J just waits for it, and scores it.
That is the threat of Ash. You let him walk up to you, and it's basically kind of a GG go next. They just do not have enough damage on the side of Rising Sun to get rid of the Ash. No, Ems can't do it. Janet can do it, and the Carl is just too preoccupied with kind of the Penny and the Max.
Yeah,
and right now they're gonna switch it out a bit. They will put Troy to take care of Response, but that you also gotta make sure that this is a one-sided affair. You need to take full control of the other side of the map, and you can't let Response stack up. He is now full stack, and look at that. Just walks on forward. Good trade though.
Yeah, CZK was able to get it just in time. Troy,
oh!
Taking down the defenders, scores it for himself. That's the first goal yet again for Rising Sun.
Hey, gotta love this. Just scrappy fights. Just Southeast Asia style. You don't see this anywhere else.
Yeah. They certainly do love the up close and personals, and the thing is that Response, as long as he gets 2 stacks, he will have a lot of speed, so he can just basically run things down. But the thing is that Bear is facing a lot of pressure in his end, but he's not faltering at all, still keeping his health very much up high thanks to the Poco. But now Response is forced to fall back here. CZK doing the bombardments, not able to nail down anyone so far. Hiroshi still up in the front. Response now getting himself completely under the sidelines here, and unfortunately, Hiroshi was the one to be able to get the ball passed on, and it will score for Team Wood.
Yeah, I think Bear wanted to grab the ball, but just missed it by a fraction of a pixel. Very, very unlucky. Both teams tied up right now. Response, just same modus operandi. Troy able to kind of spin forward, get a bit more control of that mid zone, but you have to get rid of the Penny turret, and it's not easy though. Bear will try. Finally able to get rid of that.
Yeah, Bear really has to do double time here, because not only has to try to keep Response suppressed, but also try to keep CZK alive. Thankfully, Troy was able to just finish off Bear that time now. Response that time. Now the ball's being brought all to the left-hand side. Response now coming up very rapidly. Wants to try to get some good revenge here, and he has plenty of health to try to burn. But unfortunately, with Troy and Bear just keeping him focused on, it's not going to be easy for him to get the stacks, though he does get the 2 stacks now. Trying to get onto CZK. CZK wisely backs off. Troy now spinning around, trying to force Hiroshi up. Bear now moves forward there, gets a kill onto X9J. Things are wide open now. His Response a little bit too low. He's going to get taken down. Hiroshi as well is out, but the ball is nowhere to be found closer to goal, as Troy, not able to get up close and personal, will have to concede possession.
I think they wanted to pass it to Troy, but overshot it with that free kick. They're going to overtime right now. Response dropping that super, winning down CZK, but
nice.
He was able to take a Response. He couldn't see where the Janat is. Now with everything cleared, this is going to make it, I think, a bit tougher for Rising Sun. You have this Ash. Troy just puts on his dancing shoes, able to walk away, but you have that Penny turret. Response walking forward, getting CZK out of the way, and this M's not able to get Response into the radius of their slow. And Team Wood now has a good chance to close out the game. Response is going to walk on forward. They do not have damage to take care of him. Can they get rid of Response? In the last second, Blackbear, he intercepts the ball. He needs to shoot it, kick it far away, but he also goes down. Team Wood has gotten this in the back. First set for Team Wood.
X9J quite literally putting a 720 no-scope into the goal there, seeing that all the defenders from the side of Rising Sun were completely down and out. Well done here for Team Wood to bring that round back in overtime, and the fact that we're not really any perma walls left behind after overtime, that's something that they have to keep in mind of actually going in, because that means that once we go to overtime and sticky fields, that's literally nothing to protect or defend your goal against. So it's very much open season really for Team Wood once that happened.
Yeah, and again, it's the Ash. It's a very problematic pick that Rising Sun had to really invest a lot of resources to not necessarily take care of, but to keep him at bay. But Ash is one of those few brawlers where the more you're attacking, the more he hits, the harder he hits back. Very even distribution in terms of the numbers as well. This is as close as it could have gotten, but Team Wood just had a slight advantage with that draft.
Yeah, but effectively with having the Ash on their side means that the other team has to constantly keep him in focus for a lot of these battles here, and that's taking things away from especially trying to focus down CZK on the other end, and that makes it easy for Rising Sun to actually find an opening there. Sorry, for Team Wood to find an opening. But nevertheless, though, as we see how these rounds progress here, it's really Team Wood's like a teamwork actually that helped them win a lot of these battles there, and not withstanding the threat that Response presents as the Ashe constantly playing into Rising Sun's own minds here. They're going to have to try to buck up a little bit going to these next few rounds, but nevertheless, with Brawl Ball already out of the way, it's time to go for the Gem Grab round on Crystal Arcade.
Yeah, you could not have asked for anything more from these two teams. Once more, we see the Sam getting banned out. This time it's by Team Wood. And for Rising Sun, is while they ban out the Jean, we no Penny, no Poco. Though this Jean has been kind of the staple for Team Wood. That's how they got rid of Brighton when it came down to the Gem Grab match that we saw earlier on. So definitely a very smart approach. But for Team Wood, they are going to start with the Colonel Ruffs.
So again, Team Wood, actually this Team Wood this time is the one banning out the Sam here. So Crystal Arcade would have been a really good map for actually like these up close and personal fighters. But with Team also taking the Stew out of the equation here, seems like they want to make this more of like a brawl really between all these. Between themselves and Rising Sun. Now Rising Sun brings out the B in response to the Ruff's pick. Still another pick to go on the Rising Sun side, I expect. And with the B already providing plenty of range, they still need to have a good front liner. The question though is like, is Rising Sun, will they try to take the max pick away from Team Wood this time around? Because I think that will be a rather potent one. Max Max having also plenty of range to complement the B as well. But nope, Rising Sun decides to go with the Jeanette, and that brings out the Gus pick coming out from Team Wood.
Yeah, another version of a draft from Team Wood. We haven't seen this iteration before. Looking for a bit more damage if you are Team Wood. There are plenty of options on the board when it comes to Crystal Arcade. Like you said, I think the max is something that they could consider. Hiroshi has been extremely comfortable on this brawler, and he has definitely lived up to the expectations. But they bring in the Ashe again. Oh boy, we had the same problem. No one so far can take care of the Ashe. They just do not have the damage.
They need someone that's not only tanky, but also able to return massive amounts of damage. That's a good choice.
That's one way to deal with it.
That's one way to deal with it. Yeah. The moment the moment once the Ashe gets his stacks up, then the Rosa will be able to use his shield actually to tank a lot of the early damage there, and pretty much will have to be the one to get the attention of the Ashe. Otherwise, like the Ruffs and Gus alone, I don't think will be able to help things out. But if the Gus is able to provide what do you call it, the spirit animal star power, that will allow him to buff up the damage for both the Ruffs as well as the Ashe. So that might actually be enough actually to stop the Rosa in the tracks. So it's really up to these combinations, and frankly it's down to these players right now to be able to make these combinations work in the field of battle itself.
Very, very exciting. Again, response again, taking space. Hiroshi already got rid of Bear. That is not the scenario that you want if you're Rising Sun. You can't lose that Rosa in that manner, but they are just not able to gain any ground. And Response able to get out.
No.
Finally traded out by CZK, but the rest of their members are chipped to very, very low health.
Oof, that's a good hit there by Hiroshi to take down the Rosa now, so they will have control over the gem spawner, at least for now. CZK and Troy unfortunately have to take it all to the side there. CZK now sending bombardments and will actually take down Response in the process. But nevertheless, though, Bear rejoins into the fight now, trying to keep X9J on his toes here. Hiroshi still carrying 7 gems in his hand here, making sure that Team Wood remains in the lead here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds go.
Bebe is having an incredibly rough time to even move on forward. Oh, CZK getting a super up just in time. But the rest of his team, they are getting completely spread apart. And now with Response dropping the supers, Bebe again goes down. Response able to just whack CZK in the face. Rising Sun esports just could not gain any control.
be questioning really like the choice of the Rosa to try to gang up against Gus when you still have the Ruffs actually keeping him backed up, and Bear, oof, gets finally a good kill there onto the Ashe, but still the gems are on Team Wood's side. They're just letting this clock run dry here, and they will be able to take this first round pretty handily from themselves.
And Team Wood making it look incredibly clean in this round 1, and once more it is the Ashe that poses a big problem. And I think Rising Sun need to kind of identify this. I don't feel like the Ashe is worth a ban, but your opening draft needs to have a way to address that Ashe. And so far, the previous set and this one, they don't really have that. And it really feels like that last pick is always kind of forced just because there's an Ashe that they need to attend to.
Finally, Bear is actually doing what I was expecting them to do with the Rosa, just constantly be up in the face of response on the Ashe, and then finally we're able to take him down there. Now ZZK is going to be facing response this time around. Is he going to be able to dispatch him as quickly as he does with the Rosa? But now Rosa is having a hands full trying to take care of the Ruffs, and unfortunately we'll have to back out of this a little bit in response. In the meantime, he's already taken out ZZK. Now he's going to be aiming in straight for Troy, who is carrying 4 gems of his own, but ZZK comes in just in time for the rescue there, and Troy was able to escape just in the nick of time.
Oh my god. Troy escaping with just a sliver of health, but we're back to square one for Bear. Just cannot deal with the range attacks from Team Wood and response. He is just absolutely decked out on that passive. Bear just respawn, but I mean, with the full stack Ashe, you just cannot face fight him. There's no way you win a 1 versus 1 against an Ashe with full stack, and as quickly as Rising Sun Esports, went up the ladder, that is as quickly as they fell down. And Team Wood starting that countdown. This round pretty much done and dusted. And Team Wood looking at a 2-0 lead in this Best of 5 series.
Yeah, everyone tried to take down Response, but Response still takes down the B anyway. Bear now forced to back out, but the gems are not aligning here for Rising Sun as Team Wood picks up the second round in a row and wins themselves this set.
And so far, Team Wood is just demonstrating that veterancy, right? Clearly, one of the former world champions is better than the other. But all jokes aside, Team Wood just so much more composure. And again, when we look at those compositions that they bring out, it is 2 gacha picks in a row. Both of them were Ashe, and both of them were perfect answers to Rising Sun Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Rather, like Rising Sun, even despite having faced 2 rounds of an Ashe here on the Team Wood side, has not really come up with a good response on how to deal with it. So now, very much Rising Sun in danger of losing out this matchup here if they cannot find a good answer to the Ashe, save for banning him out maybe in the next round. But again, that just opens up more slots really for Team Wood. It depends on the situation now for Rising Sun if they want to try to salvage this matchup here. But what's for certain though is that Team Wood, they are very much on a roll here, ladies and gentlemen.
So far, so good for Team Wood. And after the second set, they have played 20 total sets today. That's a lot of games, a lot of Brawl Star. They spent a couple of hours, but Team Wood, again, is one of the most experienced teams that we have in SEA, and even in this tournament, so far toughing it out and basically dominating their SEA counterparts.
Indeed, they are. I mean, it's so interesting to see that like this resurgence of like what used to be the PSG LGD team now split up into 2 separate squads here in Southeast Asia. They are both in this grand finals now. Now clearly Team Wood is the one in the lead here, having won the last couple of sets. But now that we got to Dueling Beetles here, if I'm not mistaken, this could be a 2-point hotspot zone. Let me go ahead and pull up the map now. So yeah, no, okay. Dueling Beetles still has only a single hot zone, but it does have like basically a wall on either side. So I mean, again, if Team Wood decides to bring out the Ashe one more time, maybe a little bit less effective because there are definitely more choke points now to try to keep him contained. But again, Rising Sun may still be mulling over just banning the Ashe outright because they quite literally don't have a good answer to how to deal with the Ashe either way.
I wonder if this is the time where Rising Sun starts considering the Otis, right? The Otis or the Squeak, someone to really stop this Ashe. If you have burst damage, that's one of Ashe's main weaknesses. He needs time to kind of build up. I to a certain extent, I do feel like if you have a Surge, that would be great. That would be a decent response also. unfortunately, it's on hot zone. You might not have the time to ramp up that damage.
Exactly, time is always of the essence, and again, like if Team Wood decides to run the Ashe one more time here in Dueling Beetles, Rising Sun still has not, as of yet, shown how exactly they can try to deal with that threat. But nevertheless, you know, we mentioned the Sprout. Sprout has been banned out by both of these squads here because they recognize how strong the Sprout can be in Dueling Beetles. Sam has been banned out by Team Wood themselves. Oh yeah, both sides also banned out the B as well, so there's no chance for her to use a super in this round here. Nevertheless, though, what would Team would pick first? They will pick the bow, which will be a very strong contender. We've seen time and time again how Response can be almost invincible when playing that bow in some of these previous rounds here. So I expect that he's going to be taking the reins of this brawler here. Rising Sun Esports brings out the Gus in Response alongside the Penny to go with him. So they still need a good killer on their side, but at least they have the support system already set up here, at least as far as their lineup goes.
And one of the problems we saw from Team Wood in their series against Brighton is that they do not have someone who can stand on that hot zone and cap it. They put Response on the bow, and there was very little he can do. As much as zone control he provides, he isn't the beefiest brawler that can withstand a lot of punishment. Call me crazy, but I think the Ashe is not a bad pick for Team Wood. Though there are a lot of options on the field. I was looking at the Max, but the Stu does just fine.
Yeah, Stu will still provide them a lot of speed, which they can definitely make use of, especially if he sets himself as like the main flanker on Dueling Beetles right now. He may even take the front line actually if like the bow isn't able to step up to the plate. So definitely a lot of options on Team Wood's side. There's still one more pick to go from either end. Team Wood, I think, will be making this next pick before Rising Sun will get the final pick here. Team Wood decides to go with the Bonnie here. So, ooh, I mean, they have plenty of good options here as far as defending the hot zone point here. I mean, Bonnie on this round here will have a lot of sustain for sure, being able to come out of her cannon and back in again. Now Rising Sun has one last pick to go. What will they choose? They will choose the Lola, which will be a decent one to pair alongside the Penny. And the Gus should be able to provide plenty of buffs there for both the Lola and Penny to be able to make the assaults. So that seems to be a game plan right now. Use Gus to buff up the already naturally strong brawlers here in the form of the Lola and the Penny, and hope they are strong enough, or rather cohesive enough to deal with this bow and Stu combo.
Yeah, and just Rising Sun Esports banking in on that damage to overpower Team Wood. At first I was worried if there's anyone to catch the Stu. You know, Penny and Gus don't necessarily have the best ways to stop him. Neither does Lola, but now they kind of have that absurd amount of damage that can really melt through Team Wood. You see how this is going to pan out though. That speed zone drop in the midsection, and it's just very common modus operandi. Hiroshi just walks up and starts capping. Unfortunately, if you're a Black Bear, you do not have the same luxury.
Yeah, so interesting that it's going to be X9J actually is going to be playing the bow this time around, and unfortunately he gets picked up by ZZK, so that's putting now pressure on both his teammates to try to hold the front. The speed zone has just about run out, forcing Hiroshi to put up a second one now, this time biased towards the left, so X9J will be able to use that for support as well as he tries to close the distance between himself and Rising Sun. Responds using this a little bit of a lull here to try to push forward as well, forcing Troy and Bear to try to fall back. Now, as far as capture percentages go, seems like they're both more or less neck to neck, with Team Wood having only an 8 or 9 percentage point in the lead right now.
Yeah, Response is definitely a bit of a pain in the backside because he is, you know, that Bonnie is pretty beefy, so he's absorbing a lot of the punishment without giving up much space, and Bebe unfortunately gets stunned by the landmines. Troy also gone on Response, not able to get the kill, but traded back by Hiroshi, dodges CZK, and Hiroshi once more making a name for himself in hot zone.
Would have been crazy if Response actually survived that, but nevertheless, a good thing that Hiroshi was there to back up. At least they managed to get that kill, or rather that trade, I should say. Rising Sun, though, still back in square one, not able to progress beyond 23% right now, in spite of the best efforts, and Hiroshi Response is just constantly staying, being a presence in the hot zone, making it hard for Rising Sun to actually push them forward. Look at that. One more time, Response jumps into the back line. Hiroshi pounces upon Troy immediately there, forcing him to back off. They haven't been able to take him down until just then. him being burned down by Stu's flame trails. Now, Bear is taking control over the hot zone for now. Response is coming in here, but unfortunately, he's a little bit alone in this regard. X9J not having enough help to stay on the front line here. Hiroshi just only joining the pack here and taking a lot of damage from the get-go here. Dodging around. Now he's going to be the solo person to try to dodge here on a hot zone, but to no avail, he has to back off.
That's the problem, that they have no one to really catch Hiroshi. This guy just ran into 3 members and got out, and Hiroshi, now he's back for round number 2. Oh, this guy is an acrobat. He is everywhere on this map. They finally got rid of him, but Hiroshi has done more than enough work. Just need a couple more seconds and they'll do a response. Just a bit too beefy to be rid of. Team Wood, round number 1 of set number 3. One more round and they've gotten the grand finals.
Yep, Hiroshi certainly living up to his name, the hero of Team Wood, as it were. I mean, how many times has this player like clutched rounds for these guys now? I mean, it's probably countless. Probably that's the main reason he's even on the team, just be the main clutcher, you know, for the lineup.
You always need someone that can really perform under these circumstances, right?
Right.
That hero for your team.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to see the way he's able to dodge projectiles very effectively here. But nevertheless, he's always going to be teeter-tottering on that razor's edge. No matter how he does it, he has to be able to do so on that hot zone. And Response now trying to go up against his former compatriots. ZZK actually keeping him a bit contained right now, but look at him, look at the damage coming back from ZZK's side. No way he was going to be able to hold on to that. So ZZK handily takes the right-hand flank, now tries to force himself onto the Stu, forcing Hiroshi to back all the way to spawn. And
try clearing out those mines just so that they have a route to retreat, but Bear forced to drop that barrel. In a bit of a cover though. Rising Sun Esports, they are definitely struggling to hold on because Hiroshi is putting on so much pressure. Good snipe from Troy, and he got a double. This is what you want as Rising Sun Esports, finally taking the lead.
Yeah, finally taking initiative here, and now Team Wood having a bit of a staggered spawn as well, is making it quite hard for them to coordinate efforts, and Response jumps a little bit too early there. Hiroshi not able to follow up, so Response pretty much sacrificed his life for virtually nothing here, as Rising Sun already bringing their capture percentage up to 3/3. Hiroshi and Response now going for a desperate move, will be able to knock them off of the hot zone and retain control over it.
You gotta get rid of Response first, Troy. Pushing him away, but again, this is just a very beefy meat shield. He is absorbing all these punishment from Rising Sun, and Hiroshi and X9J able to get a lot of space as well. CZK, he's waiting to get the health back, but it is so tough on this Lola, and Response straight to the back line finds Troy. Rising Sun, 90%. Can you hold on for a couple more seconds? ZZK down 93 is where they stand right now. Troy walking out forward, but he needs his team back up. This is as close as he can get. Troy just trying to cap it. They are banking on being able to survive long enough. It's 96 for both teams. Bad walk up. Hiroshi doesn't get it. Oh my goodness.
Wow, like literally race to the final percentage. I mean, it's 99% to 100% there. I cannot stress how close that was there for Rising Sun, but they just literally had to throw bodies at the problem there in order to try to get the capture up. So, wow, very much on the edge there, but somehow Rising Sun Esports was able to take at least that one round. But now it's going to be the last one, this one to win it.
And this one to extend the grand finals run for Rising Sun Esports. That was definitely a better showing, right? Better understanding and control of the center zone. But the thing is that they always have to start on the back foot just because you have this Stu and that Bonnie being such a big problem. And the speed zone is also hard to take care of. Response, it dive bombs on the CZK. Lola gone, Bear cannot walk up, and Troy gets absolutely suppressed.
Yep, and yeah, it just falls apart like Domino Zone Day. Once CZK is down, they were able to make easy pickings out of Bear. Troy is very much a non-factor on their right-hand side. CZK now going out against a Response, very aggressive, maybe too a bit aggressive there as he gets taken down. Bear now stakes his claim onto the hot zone, trying to fend off both the bow as well as the Stu at the same time, but he needs the backup. He needs CZK to come in to bring extra damage there. Hiroshi forced all the way to the back of the wall. Troy forced back to his spawn right now, but CZK somehow still survives, but nevertheless Bear gets taken down. CZK so as well catches a straight shot. Bear only gets back onto the hot zone, only to get picked up by Hiroshi. Good dodges there. He takes out not one, but not two, but three of these brawlers.
And now we have a big problem. He has put this very aggressive speed zone. That will be taken care of very quickly but Teamwood is capping so much progress. It's already 85% and response just completely dunks on Troy. I think this grand finals is pretty much done and dusted, and they know it. Teamwood have done it. The lower bracket story is finalized. Grand finals 3-0 for Rising Sun Esports. Teamwood, the best Southeast Asian team that we have seen.
Wow. I mean, the way a lot of these rounds have been clutched out. Again, shout out to Hiroshi of Team Wood, the clutch meister from Southeast Asia, playing for Team Wood here and clutched many rounds here to allow them to get this far. But boy, oh boy. I mean, slightly anticlimactic that last round there, but still, given the level of performance that Team Wood has done and the number of matches they had to play today, I'm surprised they even had the energy really to keep this round going.
A tale to be remembered for a very, very long time if you are an SCA fan for Brawl Stars. Teamwood definitely would carry this with pride. We still have the challenge challenge group stage coming up after this. That is going to be a different beast because we will have these two squads reunite with all the other teams who have made it there, and we have some very tough giants waiting. So Teamwood's victory is definitely a moment in history for them. But now is to set the sights on the bigger prize.
Yeah, the challenge stage will be up next, and that's going to be the real test for these teams here, because they're not only going to be fighting against the very best of split number 2, but the winners of split number 1 as well will be coming back into the mix. So there's even more challenges to be faced here by Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports as well. I mean, again, even though Rising Sun loses out in these grand finals, they're still qualified to the challenge stage. That's really just a fight for pride, but I think it's still nevertheless a strong statement of intent here from Team Wood to really fight for the crown of being the best in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and I think with this victory, they definitely have cemented that themselves and claimed that title. Now the next question is, how far can they push? The limit, right? How far can you really push the best of the best in that challenge stage? Like when we see them up against team like Brighton, WWW, and even the ex-Zeta boys, a few weeks down the road, can they still maintain this kind of performance? That is going to be the next question asked about Team Wood. But for now, that was definitely a grand finals to be remembered. And Team Wood, with all those experience and being led by a former world champion, came out on top as the winners of split number 2.
Yeah, congratulations to them for sure. Again, even though they not really playing for prize, they still played their hearts out in this grand finals here, because it's not really only these guys here in this split 2 they're aiming at. They're also having the split 1 guys in mind as well. So they really want to try to dominate everything, and I think that with the lineup that they have so far, they really are making a solid case for themselves for being some of the best Brawl Star players here in Southeast Asia. So that was already grand finals done and dusted. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Open Splits number 2 here, the open final of the split 2 I should say. And boy, what a show has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, and now we have our top 8 teams to play in the challenge stage. It's gonna be crazy though, because when these teams move on to that next level, they are gonna be facing off some of the strongest football squads in the world. Barcelona and Real Madrid are waiting in the challenge stage with Help Me and Quasar. And if you guys are wondering who are these guys, well, Barcelona was once Zeta Division, so watch out for that coming up. But the good thing is these teams have a couple of weeks to kind of prepare themselves for the next challenge, and all eyes in SCA will be looking at Team Wood and Rising Sun as the sole representatives of the region.
Yeah, so we would like to extend another thank you to our sponsors here. Particularly, we'd like to shout out Monster Energy. Unleash the beast together with them, and check them out at their website at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out more how to fuel your gamer life through Monster Energy themselves. And of course, with all that said and done, it's been a pleasure as well to host this SPS there. Kachi Shop as well has been a massive help here in making sure that this competition continues on. You can check them out to get great deals for your next top up for your favorite games, whether you're trying to get in-game currency, credits, or gems, whatnot. You can definitely find a lot of really good deals through Kachi Shop themselves. Check them out over at www.kachishop.com.my.
It's just an amazing time to be alive for Brawl Stars. Even though there has always been, pretty long gaps between those challenge stage and the open finals, but every time when we reached the studio for Brawl Stars, it was always worth it, right? Even today, we got to witness a moment in history that will be remembered for a long time. If you're an SCA fan, we got a full SCA Grand Finals and Team Wood came out on top. But now, that has concluded our open finals for Brawl Stars. We have gotten our 8 teams that will qualify for the challenge group stage that will be happening in the near future. And that means there's more Brawl Stars action to look forward to, but as always, good things will have to wait. We're going to close out the show for this evening. It has been a pleasure with you guys watching. More to come in the near future. My name is Husky, here's Victor, and on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a wonderful night, and we will see you guys for the challenge stage.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.